Chapter 101, 100. An old problem in a new time. patrasteriskien.com/sekel11. Check out my patrasteriskien if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. And how is he? I asked as soon as Ashley and I entered the medical block. Kevin was still unconscious and lying on the bunk. Gwendolyn sat next to him, in tears. Ben, Grandpa and Kai stood by and supported the girl as best they could. Everything is fine. I have treated all his injuries, but he is completely exhausted, so it will take some time for him to recover," said Gwendolyn, holding Kevin's hand. "Did you really just sneak into Null Void, find Kevin, beat him up and take all of his powers?" Ben asked me. "Well, yes. What's wrong with that?" And I asked, genuinely perplexed. "Nothing. Nothing at all," Ben said calmly, after which he simply walked out of the medical unit, leaving us. "What's wrong with him?" Ashley asked. "It's just that Ben tried to do the same thing many times, but he didn't succeed," Kai said, looking anxiously at the door Ben came out of. "I think he's a little upset that he couldn't save his best friend himself, and you did it without too much trouble," Grandpa said softly. "Is that how? I think I should talk to him," I said and started to leave the room, but Gwendolyn's voice stopped me. "Lex, wait. Thanks for saving Kevin. You didn't have to, but you did it anyway. I am very grateful that you returned it to me." Wiping her tears, she said. "Not for anything. It wasn't difficult for me," I said lightly as I left the room. Finally, I heard Grandfather say, "That's the problem." I think I hit Ben's sore spot again. I need to make sure that the progress made in the last couple of days is not wasted just because I got in where I shouldn't have. I thought to myself as I walked to the main computer where Ben was. "Are you really upset that I saved Kevin?" I asked as soon as I approached Ben. "Not. Of course not. I'm very glad he's back. While it will take him a while to regain his lost trust, I'm sure things will get better. It's just," Ben said, standing with his back to me. "Does it upset you that I did it so easily when you didn't?" I continued. "No. Maybe. Most likely, you are right," Ben said with his head down, with a derogatory smile. "Does it really bother you that much that I'm better than you?" I asked, coming closer. "No, just the opposite. I admire you. But I'm worried that I'm not as good as you," Ben said honestly. "This is stupid," I said instantly. "I know. You already said that the last time we met," Ben said. "Listen, Ben. I don't understand why you're unhappy. You have become much better than at 16. You became calmer, more reasonable, and even learned to fight. What can we say about the open master control? You have a girlfriend and a family that supports you. You fixate on something useless, while important things you lose sight of. You don't have to be the best and do everything alone. And you don't have to take responsibility for the entire universe. You can't do it alone anyway. On the contrary, it will only get worse," I said, trying to get my point across. "But you manage everything alone, while constantly achieving success." Ben raised his voice. "It is not true. I have Morgana, who acts as my right hand. I have a grandfather who acts as my moral compass and always supports me, standing somewhere behind. I am sure that if I need help, he will always be there and support me, even with banal advice. And I have my girls, for whom I am trying, and who are waiting for me." "You have pretty much the same thing." With emotion in my voice, I said. "But," Ben tried to say something, but I interrupted him. "Shut up. You have the same support, you just push it away instead of accepting it. Don't pretend to be strong in front of those who love you. In front of others, perhaps, but not in front of relatives. You can calmly show your weaknesses, talk about your problems, and ask for help from your relatives. Trust me, it won't make them love you any less. On the contrary, they will only be happy to help you. I said sternly. You're right. Of course you are right. As always. But that doesn't change how you deal with all the problems without too many difficulty. And no matter how hard I try, I can't do the same. There is always a voice in my head that says I need to be better, more like you. And there's no way I can stop it. Ben said, turning to face me, looking into my eyes. Ben, do you really think that everything is really as simple as it seems? I asked. What? Ben asked, not expecting such a question. Do you really think that I just come and solve the problem instantly, without any effort at all? If you really thought that was the case, then you are wrong. Before I do something, I have time to think it over 100 times and prepare a plan. And all this is preceded by serious preparation, collection of information, as well as training of my skills. I don't stop for a second and constantly try to improve myself and prepare for the challenges ahead. Ben, ever since I found out how big the universe is, I've been preparing for 10 years to protect myself and my loved ones. I said honestly, embellishing something. Truth? Ben asked in genuine surprise. It's over. I didn't just hack into the plumber's database. I was looking for information that could be useful to me and protect me. And of course, before the battle with Kevin, I found all the information and was ready for all his abilities. And with all this, I also make mistakes and make mistakes. Nodding my head, I said. You? Are you make mistakes? Ben asked in shock. I wonder what kind of image he built in his head. It looks like a little more and he believes that I'm God. I'm a human. Of course I make mistakes. Just for all occasions, I have prepared 101 plans to deal with trouble. And this is far from easy to do. I said. Yes? I didn't think of that, Ben said thoughtfully. Ben, stop this. It doesn't matter how much worse you act than me. The main thing is that you are no longer a stupid child and are able to solve your own problems and take responsibility. In addition, you have already experienced a terrible tragedy and have grown out of it. It deserves admiration. Stop belittling your dignity, just do your job, and not forgetting about your family. I said sternly, looking into Ben's eyes. So Grandpa told you everything, right? I really survived it, but not just like that, and again not without your help. Ben said wearily. I just brainwashed you. Just like now. Waving my hand, I said. Not. You have done much more. You did what I couldn't do. You saved everyone. Ben said gratefully. Saved? Grandpa said that all people were dead and you couldn't fix it even with the help of your most powerful heroes. What could I do? I asked. And honestly, I still don't understand how you did it, but you really saved everyone. You appeared in my world a year and a half after the incident when I had already destroyed the Omnitrix. Seeing my condition, you decided to help, and the best way you came up with was to save those people so that this burden of guilt fell off my shoulders. Ben said with difficulty, not wanting to remember those terrible events. But grandfather said that these people died, I said. They really were dead to the world. But only a year and a half. You went back in time, took all the people and left fakes in their place. Then you went back and released the people. They returned to the world again, while being in the future. Of course, everything did not go without difficulties, but it's better than if they died. Ben said. Is that how? But at the same time, you still thought for a year and a half that they were dead? I asked. Yes, you said that it would not have happened otherwise. And this, something like a payment, for a chance to return these people. To be honest, I didn't mind. 1.5 years of hard life, nothing compared to the lives of hundreds of people. With determination, Ben said. Didn't you try to do the same, but it didn't work out for you? I asked. Yes, but Professor Paradox said that you have a lot more power and authority than any other Bens. Even more than the professor himself. Ben said. Why? I asked, guessing where the legs come from. I don't know, no one explained anything to me. But I will forever be grateful to you for showing up and correcting my mistake. Ben said sincerely. Yes? And why the hell are you limp again when I did so much to bring you back to normal? I said indignantly. I know, I promised that I would never despair, but the eyes of those slaves and the conditions in which they were kept, Ben said with a dull look. Yes, the world is a shitty place. But you should have gotten used to this by now, after all, you have a lot of experience. I don't understand why it hooked you so much. If only, I said, I understand that something is not clean here. Looking into Ben's eyes, I used telepathy and entered his mind, trying to let in information that didn't concern me. I have not done this before, as I respect privacy and never read the minds of my friends and loved ones, unless I use a little empathy. But it looks like it's needed now. What? What are you doing? Arrgh, Ben exclaimed and dropped to his knees in pain, holding his head as I searched his head for something. Or rather, someone. And when I did find him, I angrily said, still, I was right. Ah, you bastard. Gah! What are you talking about? What are you doing? Ben yelled as I started walking towards him. I'm solving your problem. I said, taking Ben's hand and activating his Omnitrix. After a flash of green light, in place of Ben was the ghost freak, which looked like the true form of ZS Scar, without a gray hide, with an inverted head and with tentacles. Why did you turn me into a ghost freak? Ben asked, in the ectoneurite sample. That's why. I said, creating a dome around us that would not allow anyone to get out of here. And then, I created a magic construct in the form of a special magic circle, which I immediately placed under Ben, after which I used the spell, Bodig Zabarito Carpes Nebagir guys Lif and Intruders Yushin. Arrgh, Ben yelled as a beam of blue light hit him from the magic circle. The light completely covered the body of the ghost, and then his only eye shone and the spell began to work. The ghost freak began to break into two parts, and after half a minute, he completely split into Ben, in human form, and the ghost freak, without the symbol of the Omnitrix. More specifically, ZS Scare. As soon as they separated, I shrunk the dome and locked one ZS Scare in it so he couldn't escape. At that moment, Ashley, Grandpa Max, Gwendolyn, and Kai just came running, who heard screams. ZS Scare? Ben asked in shock, getting to his feet while holding his head. What's going on here? Grandfather asked, looking at the ghost freak in shock. In general, like the rest. It's all because of your influence, isn't it? You've been gently and subtly influencing Ben. I said affirmatively. Lex, what do you mean? Ben asked. It was because of him that you got worse. He lowered your confidence, developed an inferiority complex towards me, and also forced you to move away from loved ones who could help you and notice his influence. He is your voice and head. I said. But I spoke figuratively, Ben said softly. I know, but it's all ZS Scare influence. This time, he acted much more carefully. I said. This is true. This Omnitrix's defense is much better, but I was still able to break through it and begin to influence you, Ben Tennyson. Said ZS Scare in his terrible voice. So you were reinforcing Ben's negative emotions? Influenced his judgment? Gwendolyn guessed. Yes, I wanted to slowly break him down so that he would give up, and I could have his body and the Omnitrix without any problems. Hissed ZS Scare. But how? You should have died over 10 years ago. That time, I really tried to get rid of you. Ben shouted, glaring at the ghost with anger. Ha 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 ha. Do you really think that I will just disappear like that? I will never stop trying to get the Omnitrix. Ha 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 ha. Shouted ZS Scare, laughing madly. It turns out that as soon as Ben received a new Omnitrix to replace the destroyed one, you again made your way inside and began to influence Ben. Almost 7 years. You don't have to be patient, I said calmly. Yes, everything went according to plan. I almost succeeded. Another year in Tennyson would have broken. But then you appeared, Ectonurite said, looking at me with anger. So that's why Ben got better? You stopped influencing him so that I didn't notice anything, and we all thought that Ben was reformed due to the influence of 10-year-old Ben. I guessed. It's like that. And I almost succeeded, but you still noticed me. I'll kill you for sure. Because of you my whole plan failed. ZS Scare shouted. Lex, how did you notice the outside influence? Grandpa asked, looking at me. Honestly, quite by accident. From the very beginning it all seemed strange to me. Ben went through a very difficult period in his life, and it seemed strange to me that when he saw the cruelty of the world again, he began to change so dramatically. It seemed to me that Ben should have gotten used to this by now, given his experience. This did not go out of my head, and after thinking it over, I began to suspect outside interference. And checking Ben's mind, I noticed a trace of a familiar presence. I just dealt with ZS Scare myself recently, so I figured it out quickly, I said honestly. Thanks, Ben said softly as Kai ran up to him and started hugging him. Now it's just a matter of dealing with you, I said, looking at the ghost. You can kill me, but I'll still come back. I have hidden my DNA in many places in the universe, so that, finally, I will never die, ZS Scare said indifferently. Unfortunately, this is true. Does anyone have an idea? I asked, looking at everyone in the room. Ashley is of little use now, since she does not understand at all what is happening. But it seems that the rest do not know what to do, since no one answered my question. Doing as I did and subduing ZS Scare won't work since I don't have the full ritual that Hope used. And there is no point in destroying it. Ideally, he should be sealed so that he cannot transfer his consciousness to another strand of DNA. But here need the right material, magical with. Stop. I have an idea, I thought to myself, and came up with one idea. Your eyes are shining. You came up with something, Ashley said as he walked over to me. This is true. With a smile, taking out a sphere of magic metal. What is it? Asked Gwendolyn. This is Hihiragain. Solar metal, I said, and I saw the fear in Sasker's eyes. Do you think he will help? Ben asked skeptically. I'm sure. It's a magic metal, so Ectonurite won't be able to pass through it. And as the name suggests, this metal can absorb sunlight, which is deadly for Ectonurite. In theory, if lock ZS Scare inside, then he can only sit there, trying not to touch the metal. And it seems to me that he will also not be able to transfer his consciousness, since the metal will interfere with this as well. Is not it? I said, looking at the ghost, who was terrified. Stop! ZS Scare shouted in fear. Judging by your reaction, it is. In any case, we have no other options. If it doesn't work, he'll just die and you'll have to deal with him again. Nothing? I said to Ben. Act. I'm no stranger to fighting him, though I'll be more careful now. At least there's a chance he won't be back for a while, Ben said with a smile, hugging his girlfriend. Well then, let's get started. Ashley, I need your help. I can't transform into an Osmosian right now, so you'll have to create a prison, I said to Ashley. I'm not sure I can do it. I'm not yet that good at creating and controlling the stuff I'm made of, Ashley said uncertainly. I was about to cheer her up, but a male voice stopped me and said, I will do it. Kevin! Exclaimed Gwendolyn, seeing her lover, who appeared in the room no one knows when. I heard everything. Get me that metal and I'll lock up ZS Scare forever, Kevin said calmly, turning to me. Just in case, after telepathically confirming that Kevin's sanity was in order, I gave him the Hyrogane. The rest looked at the guy with some wariness, but Kevin did not blunder and escaped everything correctly. After absorbing the solar metal, Kevin began to create a sphere that covered the entirety of ZS Scare, along with a magical dome that prevented him from escaping. At the same time, ZS Scare screamed in horror and anger, cursing me along the way, promising to return and take revenge. When Kevin completely sealed the ectonurite, we stood in silence for a few minutes, waiting to see if my idea worked. "Everything seems to be working," I said 5 minutes later, checking the sphere with X-ray vision. Inside, ZS Scare just levitated, trying not to touch the metal, and still cursing me. "So, what is next?" Ashley asked, destroying all tension. Chapter 102, 101. Fishing. patrasteriskien.com/sekal11. Check out my patrasteriskien if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. "Ben, are you sure you're okay?" Grandpa Max asked Ben. "Yes, Grandpa." Which time I say, everything is fine with me. I haven't felt this good in a long time. It was as if a veil had been removed from my eyes that clouded my consciousness. I am finally free from all my worries and can breathe easy," said Ben, who was sitting next to me, with a tired smile. Several hours have passed since ZS Scare was sealed. At first, there was a real mess with a lot of tears, as all of Ben's relatives felt guilty about his condition and worried that they could not notice that something was wrong. In some miraculous way, Ben managed to calm everyone down and convince that there was no one to blame for this, it was just that the circumstances were unfortunate. Then, Ben managed to turn his attention to Kevin, who also came to his senses. With that, another round of tears began, mostly from Gwendolyn. My special therapy worked and Kevin was cured. He was back to the way I remember him at 17, just a little more dark and antisocial. Well, hidden fear in the eyes, in my direction. He may need another therapy to cure the side effects of the past, but from a real psychotherapist. And although Ben had previously said that Kevin would have to regain his lost trust, this did not stop the entire Tennyson family, plus Kai, from forgiving him for past mistakes and words spoken under the influence of a mutation. Of course, a little wariness remained, but I think it will pass with time. This time, Gwendolyn promised to keep her lover in a tight rein and not let him indulge. To be honest, I even felt a little sorry for the guy, but he himself is to blame and this is a well-deserved punishment. In the end, when everyone had talked and calmed down enough, we had another party in honor of the return of Kevin and the cure of Ben. Ashley was even able to talk to Kevin and received quite a lot of advice and precautions, of course, from another possessor of the same abilities. I'm sure it will be helpful for her. After a few hours of promises and gobbling up various goodies, we decided to split up to digest the flow of today's events. Gwendolyn, as promised, gave Ashley a girl party, and went shopping with her, in the company of Kai. The entire male part of our team went fishing on grandfather's flying RV. In fact, right now, we were sitting in front of a very familiar lake and fishing. "Grandpa, it's time for you to calm down. Just be glad it's over," I advised. To be honest, I'm already tired of Max asking the same question every 10 minutes. "Grandpa, Lex is right. Let's change the subject already," Ben said, hooking a fish. Okay. So, Lex, how are you and Ashley doing?" Max asked with a grin. My eye twitched involuntarily at this question, but I still said, "Fine. We have moved to a new level of relations." Ha ha ha. "Yes, we know. Kai has already told us everything." With the same smirk, Ben said, laughing from the bottom of his heart. "PF, like a true Uchiha," Kevin said, holding back a laugh. I knew that she understood everything. Massaging the bridge of my nose, I said displeasedly. At the same time, my cheeks treacherously reddened. This conversation is very awkward. "Lex, I understand that you are at such an age, hormones are acting up and so on, I myself was the same, but please do not forget about Protect. Grandfather said seriously, although one could see from his eyes that he was now very cheerful. Please don't talk about it, I asked, covering my face in shame. Ha 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 ha, but I was met only by the friendly laughter of the whole trinity. Traitors. Ha ha, okay, let's not torture you, Max said, wiping tears from laughter. Yes, I think that's enough, Ben said, calming down, and then added with a smile, I have good news. Yesterday I proposed to Kai. She said she would think about it, but I think she would still agree. Wow, congratulations, I said sincerely, patting Ben on the shoulder. I'm happy for you. Quietly, Kevin said. Thanks, although it's still early, Ben said with a goofy smile. In any case, I'm waiting for an invitation. You can pull me out of my world again, I don't mind, I said, while successfully catching a fish. Necessarily, Ben said, and then turned to Kevin. Well, what are your plans for my cousin? After hearing the question, Grandfather and I looked at Kevin carefully, waiting for his answer. I will make a marriage proposal when I have completely redeemed myself and regained your trust, Kevin said seriously, in a clear voice. Correct answer, said Ben and smiled broadly. In general, like Max and me. How is your relationship with Gwen? Kevin suddenly asked me, apparently taking revenge for this check. Are you aware of this as well? I asked in surprise. In response, I received only 3 nods, while not noticing any condemnation towards our relationship. Suddenly. Right now, we are not doing well, I said honestly. Screwed up, so. Let me guess, Charmcaster? Ben asked. Yes, I admitted, and then said displeasedly, you know, it's unpleasant when you know more about me than you should. Foo *****ing time travel. This is our little revenge. Usually it's the other way around, Ben said with a pleased smile. Ignoring this prick in my direction, I said, let's change the subject again. Okay. Let's talk about something else. You used your osmosion to defeat Kevin, didn't you? Ben asked curiously. Ignoring the startled Kevin, I said, not exactly, but I took his powers with the help of the osmosion. As I said, in order to defeat the osmosion, you need another osmosion. Yes, I remember, Ben said after finishing for me, and then he said something very interesting. The problem is, it won't work for me. What do you mean? I asked, looking at Ben. Osmosians are not a race of aliens, but a species of people with different mutations. Instead of Ben, Kevin replied. It can't be. I've been testing Ashley's DNA and my own osmosian's DNA. It's definitely an alien race, I said. And it is true. I remember that in the original, Devon Levin didn't exist, and behind everything was Cervantes, who manipulated the memories of many people to get to Kevin, for his unusual powers, which were indeed a mutation. But, in the end, in my world there is no Kevin, but there is Ashley, so I did not know where the truth was, where the lie was, especially since I did not notice any interference in Grandpa's mind. To get to the bottom of the truth, I ran 2 osmosion DNAs that I could get, and as a result, I found out that Ashley is half alien, and my osmosion is a pure-blooded representative of this race. It's definitely not a mutation. I even found the planet Osmos V, which is supposed to be the home of this race. In the end, I just got confused. Unfortunately, I will only know the truth when I meet Cervantes. In your world, yes, but not in ours. Grandfather answered my last words. So, you want to say that in your universe there is no alien osmosian race, but there is a kind of special people who are called that. And in my universe, this race exists. I guessed. Right. Do you know how the Omnitrix actually works? Ben asked. Yes. The Omnitrix itself is just a wireless receiver for the codon stream. The clock is connected to the planet Primus, on which the stream is located, which is a database in the form of a river containing DNA samples from all over the galaxy in its library. The Omnitrix is only a selective panel, sending a signal to Primus and receiving DNA data, which helps to transform. Instantly, I said. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. I used to think that the watch itself contained all these DNA samples, and just need to open access to them, but I was in for a bummer when I figured out the watch a little. And that's why my aliens had standard power in the beginning. Many of my plans were based on the fact that the watch itself is an independent mechanism that does not require any other base, but now everything had to be reworked. Surprisingly, you are completely right. That's the reason why you were able to scan the egregor's DNA and get your Osmosian form when I couldn't. In your world, the Osmosian is an alien race, so his DNA is in the codon stream. But, in my world, it's just a human mutation and can't be added to the stream, which means I can't access it through my Omnitrix. Despite the fact that we, in fact, were then far beyond the limits of the universes, our watches received a signal, but each from its own world. But I scanned the aggressor from your world, which means he was a mutant. That's true, but apparently your watch was still able to find something in common between the Osmosian alien and the Osmosian mutant. Ben said with a shrug. It's all very strange. I said sincerely, digesting the new information. It looks like my world has a few more differences that I didn't know about. Honestly, your universe is the most unique of all that I know. Starting with what we just talked about, ending with your diamond head, which is completely Tadenite, and also the fact that you are Anodite. Ben said, sharing extremely interesting information with me. What's wrong with that? I asked. Petrosapiens are not native Tadenite. Their crystals are similar in appearance, but they are different materials. Kevin replied. On the other hand, male Anodite doesn't exist at all. This race is made up of women only. Grandpa added. But for me, it's the other way around. Nodding my head, I said. Right. Like I said, unique universe. Ben said. Since you're open, can you tell me why I can't scan the cryptid's DNA? I asked. The answer, again, is in the codon stream. The DNA of earthly cryptids is not in the stream, so you cannot turn into them. Ben said. But that's what the scanning function is for. To scan the DNA of an unknown alien and be able to turn into him. I said with a frown. True, but it's all about the signature. Each inhabitant of the universe has its own special signature, the frequency of which depends on the place of origin of this species. When you tried to scan an Earth cryptid, the Omnitrix's sensors thought it was a normal human. Azimuth simply did not know that there were other intelligent races on Earth, not counting people. As a result, it turns out that due to the fact that cryptids and humans have a very similar signature, almost identical, the sensors do not notice this difference, because the sensors are not configured to notice it. Ben explained in detail. That's how. This explains a lot. And only Azimuth himself can fix this. I thought thoughtfully, considering the new information. Okay, that's enough. I've already told you too much, let's talk about something else. Ben said, changing the subject again. Okay. So, Kevin, what did you tell Ashley about her powers? I said and looked at Kevin. Only the truth. All the possibilities of our forces and how to manage them. And also that she needs to be more careful and so on. Kevin said calmly. It's good. Maybe you could give me a little lecture then? I asked. Certainly. It's not difficult for me. Kevin said with a shrug and began to tell everything that she knows about her powers. 10 hours later. The rest of our fishing we continued to communicate on various topics and had a good time in a purely male company. I spend too much time with girls, so this kind of pastime was not superfluous. In the end, Ben opened up again and told me some interesting facts about my aliens. As soon as we got off the grandfather's bus, the girls were already waiting for us. Ashley came up to me with a smile and hugged me, said, "I missed. How was your day?" "I missed you too. We talked a lot, I learned a lot of new information, so the day was not in vain. We even caught fish." "And how are you?" I said. "That was great. We flew into space, to the orbital mall. It was so cool and fun. So many different shops and restaurants. We ended up spending several $1,000s on clothes. Too bad Gwen wasn't with us," Ashley said with a smile. "Really, it's a pity. But I'm glad you had a good time," I said with a smile. "I will never forget this trip," Ashley said happily. "It's good," I said sincerely. "Guys, it's getting late. It's time for you to sleep," Grandfather said as he approached us. By this point, Ben and Kevin have already been picked up by their girlfriends. "Okay, Grandpa. Good night," Ashley said and went to her room first. "You're coming back tomorrow," Max said, looking at the night city. "Yes. I'm glad we got here," I said honestly. "I also. Thanks for everything you've done for us," Grandfather said emotionally, and hugged me. "It was not difficult for me and I am glad that I did what I was called here for," I said sincerely. "Ha ha ha, you have no idea how happy I am," Grandpa laughed, releasing me from his arms. "All right, go to your girlfriend. She must have been waiting. Till tomorrow," Max said with a grin and went to his bus. "Yes, see you tomorrow," I said as I watched Max leave. Now, it's time to mind my own business. Chapter 103, 102. Skylord and Homecoming. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Before heading to Fort DNA, I did one little thing, and then I turned into my new alien and flew into the building that became the site of my battle with Vilgex 2 days ago. Of course, I always wanted to break into this fort. It's such a seductive place. I decided to play it safe and never synced my Omnitrix with Ben's Omnitrix, but that doesn't mean I'll miss the opportunity to explore the largest DNA vault in the galaxy. I may not intend to scan all the races in this database, but I don't mind getting a couple of dozen of the most interesting and powerful aliens. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. And while I'm on the road, why not tell me about my new alien? The alien itself appears to be a humanoid falcon clad in ancient Egyptian-inspired golden armor. This alien comes from the planet Egyxos and belongs to the Horus race. The alien itself has impressive physical strength and falcon head, feathered wings that allow it to fly at great speed, my second fastest flying alien after Jetray, and is also capable of atmokinesis, that is, weather control. I decided to name this alien Skylord. Sounds impressive. And if all this seemed familiar to you, then you are not mistaken. This alien, or rather his entire race, comes from the Egyptian god Horus. Although, as it turned out, in my world, the entire Egyptian pantheon is not gods at all, but aliens. I was also surprised when I found out about this a few years ago, but if you think about it, it is very suitable for this world. I don't know about other pantheons like Scandinavian and Greek, but the Egyptian pantheon has its origins in space. Much remains unknown, but it all began several thousand years ago, when an unknown powerful alien, now known as Nu, crashed on Earth, somewhere in the area of Egypt. As the historians of Egyxos suggest, the atmosphere of the Earth turned out to be poisonous for the alien, and soon he died. After some time, Nu's body began to decompose. Eventually, his DNA fell into the waters of the Nile River. And then, under the influence of the Earth's atmosphere, microorganisms that developed in the corpse of Nu and the waters of the Nile, a creature formed in the river, which later became known as Adam. In fact, due to an incredible set of circumstances, Adam emerged from Nu's DNA. This was the creation of the god demiurge of the ancient Egyptians. Adam became a representative of a completely new race, which the ancient Egyptians considered gods. Adam himself created two more gods, named Shu and Tefnut. According to the theory, Adam managed to find new spaceship, and with the help of the technology of the unknown race of Nun, he created his children. He used his own DNA, and to fill in the missing material, he added the DNA of animals he found nearby. This was the reason for the unusual appearance of some of the descendants of Adam. So, Shu and Tefnut, in a more traditional way, had two children, Geb and Nut, from whom Osiris, Isis, Set and Nephthys, the next generation of gods, had already descended. There is no point in telling further. You can read Egyptian mythology. The descendants of Adam are described quite well there, although there are many inaccuracies and absurdities. As a result, Adam, his children and grandchildren, settled in ancient Egypt and began to play gods for the Egyptians, which ultimately had a bad effect on their personalities. This made them arrogant, greedy, lazy, and so on. In the end, a conflict arose between them, which ended in a war. The result of this senseless war between relatives was the death of the entire older generation, which I spoke about. The survivors realized all their mistakes, so they decided to leave the planet on news ship, which they managed to explore inside and out, and find a new home where they would not be considered gods. This planet became Egyxos. Several thousand years have passed since the former Egyptian gods settled on this planet, and now several humanoid races with animal heads live on the planet, which are the descendants of the children of Adam. Quite an interesting story that I wanted to share. About 10 races now live on Egyxos, and all of them have unusual abilities inherited from their ancestors, who, although they were not gods, were quite powerful aliens born from a series of incredible accidents. Still, it is surprising that there is a planet in space whose roots come from the Earth, which is considered quite backward. And even more interesting is the view of the people themselves on all these events. Okay, excursion into history is over. It's time to return to reality. Finally, having flown to Fort DNA, which had already been completely repaired, I turned into a big chill in the air and dived down, penetrated to the topmost floor of the tower. This is where the main database interface should be. Quickly finding a computer that should have a list of all the DNA samples here, I flew up to it and began to crack the protection. Without Morgana, everything has to be done by hand. When I almost broke through the protection, a male voice suddenly sounded, "Don't do this, Lex." To be honest, I was very scared, because I didn't feel anyone. Fortunately, the voice was familiar and I knew that I was not in danger. "Ben?" Turning around, I asked uncertainly. Cracks appeared in the air, similar to a broken mirror, and a mirror humanoid emerged from it. It was Ben, in the form of a Pluvian. I already managed to scan this alien yesterday. Ben turned into him in front of me when he left Grandpa's birthday party. The Pluvinas themselves are able to penetrate into the mirrored dimension, an empty world, mirrored to ours, but located on a different plane of existence. That's where Ben was, so I couldn't see him. Representatives of this race are quite fragile and weak physically, but at the same time, they have several unique abilities related to repelling attacks. And I'm very glad that I was able to get this interesting alien. After a green flash of light, Ben turned into a human and said, "You shouldn't be hacking into the DNA fort." "Why?" I asked, turning into a human. "Everything has to go its own way. You should gain access to certain aliens gradually, you shouldn't immediately scan the entire database of the fort," Ben said sternly. "But I just wanted to," I tried to say, but I was interrupted. "I know that you really want to open all the aliens, but this is not the right way and not the right time. You will have to be patient. Plus, you can reset the Omnitrix again," Ben said sternly. "It's not like that," I tried to explain again, but I was interrupted again. "I know how stubborn you are and you will never miss such a jackpot, so I offer you a deal," Ben said. "Deal?" I asked curiously, giving up trying to convince Ben. "Yes, I will give you the DNA of 10 unique aliens, and in return, you will not try to break into the fort or any other places that are not intended for you," Ben said and showed a very familiar cube. "Is this a spatial cube of Telemats?" I asked. Not really. Several years ago, in one of the skirmishes with the remnants of the Forever Knights, I found a real cube. Azimuth was able to understand his work and create new ones, albeit inferior to the original. Nowadays, the spatial cube has become quite common. It is convenient and cheap to manufacture. So what about the deal? Ben said, and then asked again. Okay, I promise I won't touch the fort's database, I said, raising my hand for persuasion. And? Ben demanded, looking at me seriously. And other places not meant for me. Rolling my eyes, I said. Anyway, I've already done it. Good. Ben said and nodded at me. I didn't mean to scan all the DNA, just a few aliens. I muttered, putting the spatial cube into my spatial ring. This is just the worst thing. Ben said with a heavy sigh, and then added, why can't you sit still? You always need to climb somewhere or create another adventure. Well, that's what I am, I said with a smile, shrugging my shoulders. Professor was right about you, Ben said displeasedly, after which he again turned into a Pluvian and disappeared, moving to the mirror dimension. Now that's offensively, I shouted at the end, and teleported to Ashley's room. Here I could be sure that Ben was not watching me, as he would not dare to interfere in our personal space. After making sure that no one else was around, I showed a very pleased smile. My plan worked. I knew from the start that Ben wouldn't let me get all the aliens in the galaxy at once. Even while fishing, he hinted at this. I never understood the real reason why he is so categorical, but I don't care. Initially, I was not very interested in this DNA base. If I could get the DNA of powerful aliens, that would be good, but if I didn't succeed, that's okay too, because I know that in the end, I will get them. The main reason for my outing was to divert Ben's attention. In fact, my original goal was always Ben's computer, with access to the up-to-date Plumber database, which contained a lot of interesting information. Current technology, biography of my enemies and so on. This is too big a jackpot to miss out on. Nothing is more important than information, and now I've got something more than knowledge of the canon and outdated information from my Plumber database. While I was distracting Ben, my clone, which I managed to create before leaving, hacked into the computer and downloaded the data. True, not all, since he had little time, but I got the most interesting. The clone did everything carefully so that no one should notice. When I return home, Morgana will process all the data and receive a significant update in her knowledge. I know this all sounds redundant, but I decided to take it for granted. Ben is opposed to me gaining any benefits and knowledge from this journey. I think he's afraid that history might change because of this trip, and he's afraid that I won't play my part in his life. Although, this is just my theory. As a result, now I have 13 new aliens, 10 of which I still know nothing about, and a lot of knowledge from the future. This trip was definitely worth it. July 20th, 2030. The day of our return has come. Finally, we managed to arrange a farewell breakfast, and now we all gathered in the living room. Gwendolyn has prepared the ritual, and now all I have to do is energize it to activate it. Thanks for the help, Gwendolyn said, hugging Ashley and me, having finished drawing the ritual circle. I was glad to help, I said sincerely. Thanks for yesterday. I had a lot of fun, Ashley said. Here are all your purchases, Gwendolyn said, handing Ashley the spatial cube and stepping aside so the next person could say goodbye. It was good to see you, buddy. Although, I won't say thank you for beating me up, Kevin said with a grin, shaking my hand. It looks like he's slowly coming to his senses. The main thing is that it worked, I said with a grin. Thanks for the advice, Ashley said as she shook hands with her alternate self. It was not difficult for me. I will only be glad if you do not repeat my mistakes, Kevin said, and finally hugging us both, he stepped aside. I already said everything yesterday, so I won't take up your time. Good luck to you too. If you need help, you are always welcome here. And you can even come without a reason, I will be glad to see you," said Grandpa Max, hugging us tightly. "Take care of your health," I said, patting Max on the shoulder. "We will definitely meet again," Ashley said. "Lex, I am indebted to you again. And I don't even know how to repay you," Ben said as he approached us along with Kai. "Never mind. The main thing is that now everything is fine." Waving my hand, I said, "Sorry for yesterday." "So it was necessary," Ben said seriously. "Nothing, I understand everything," I said. "Looks like I was right and he's afraid my story will change and I won't be able to save Fulminai's victims. It's stupid of course, but I think he just wants to do his best to keep everything the same as it is now." "Thanks," Kai just said and hugged us. I didn't say anything and just accepted the thanks, because I knew that Kai felt the most guilty about not noticing Z's scare influence on Ben, and now she just needs to thank me. "It's time," said Gwendolyn when we all said goodbye. Approaching the ritual circle, I put my hands on it and began to imbue it with my mana. After a couple of minutes, and almost half the reserve, the ritual circle caught light and a blue portal opened. "I was glad to meet you," Ashley shouted with a smile, and waving goodbye, jumped into the portal. "Don't forget to invite me to the wedding. Sayonara," I shouted with a smile, saluting, jumping backwards into the portal. The last thing I saw before falling into the blue time tunnel was Ben's 10,000 sad team waving goodbye. Still, it was a productive adventure. But it's time to go home. Chapter 104, 103. Max's 61st birthday. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 18, 2010. Again. Jumping out of the portal, we found ourselves in a familiar clearing from which we disappeared a few days ago, although no more than 5 minutes had passed here. Fortunately, this time there were no troubles and we did not have to fall from a kilometer height. "We have returned," Ashley said happily when she saw our RV. "Yes, and no one seems to have noticed our absence," I said when I saw Grandpa, Gwen and Nebula sleeping inside the RV. "Do you think we should tell about this adventure?" Ashley asked as we walked towards the bus. "I don't think so today. Let's focus on the holiday. And only then, when there is a good chance, we will tell everything." Thinking for a bit, I said, "You're right. Today is Grandpa Max's day, so let's not draw attention. Besides, I'm sure Gwen will be very jealous of us. Especially when he finds out what happened between us." "Thrice," Ashley said with a smile, leaning against my arm. "Yeah, let's not upset her. Moreover, she has a boycott now." I hugged the girl and said, "I'm sorry, but I'll have to support her in this. At least for a while. It turns out that she is now an outsider and I do not want to offend her even more," the girl said sadly, letting go of me. "Nothing, I understand. It will take time for everything to be the same as before. Besides, it's a well-deserved punishment," I said honestly. "I love you," Ashley said as she kissed me. "I love you too," I said, taking her kiss, and then added, "All right, go wake up Grandpa and Gwen. Until then, I'll buy a cake again. We already ate the previous one at another birthday party," I said, releasing the girl from my arms. "All right, just don't linger," Ashley said as she entered the RV. As soon as the girl was out of my sight, I used the infinity tattoo and moved to Paris, and headed to the same candy store. Approaching the seller, I asked in excellent French for the same cake as before. Luckily, they still have the necessary cakes, but they will have to wait half an hour while the filling is prepared and the cake itself is packaged. Sitting in the waiting room, I took out my smartphone and was about to turn on some movie, when suddenly my acquaintance thief called me. After making sure that no one could see me, I only put on a mask to change my voice and answered the call. "Legion listens," I said kindly. "It's Shadow. I need your help," Legion said seriously. "What's happened?" I asked, leaning forward. "Were you the one who broke into the Forever Knight's castle a month ago?" Lee asked. "Yes, it was. It was after this incident that I decided that I should keep an eye on alien technology that fell into the wrong hands. That's why I contacted you," I said honestly. "I need you to do it again. Help me infiltrate the Forever Knight's London branch," Lee asked. "Did they take something from you?" I immediately guessed. Given Lee's tone, it's understandable that this is personal. "My legacy. 50 years ago, someone broke into our house and stole an ancient artifact from my grandfather that he brought back from his home planet. As you understand, these were the Forever Knights," Lee said with anger in his voice. "An artifact from Umbalex?" I asked curiously, mentioning the homeworld of the Umbraments. "Yes. Umbraments diadem, to be precise. All these years I have been looking for it, and recently, when I was looking for information for you through my channels, I managed to find out that it is now stored in London, in the main repository of alien technologies collected by the Forever Knights throughout their existence. I thought you might be interested," Lee said, luring me in. "Of course, I'll be glad to help you," I instantly agreed. "What? Is it that simple?" Lee asked in surprise. "Well, yes. I don't mind helping you. I promise to repay you for your help. Moreover, this is a good chance to annoy the Forever Knights. I never liked them," I said the honest truth. "Thanks. It is very important for me," Lee said sincerely. "Don't worry, it's not difficult for me." "So, what is this diadem?" I asked curiously. "I don't know much about her, after all, it was stolen shortly before my birth, but my father told me that the diadem had mysterious powers. Even magical ones," Lee said. "Yes? Interesting. I have one person who is well versed in all things magical. If you don't mind, she can check the diadem when it's over," I said. "My intuition tells me that all this is not without reason and that I may need this diadem. I do not mind. The main thing is that it was safe and sound. Still, this is the last thing left of my grandfather's homeland," Lee said after a second of thinking. "Do not worry, it will be good." "So, when is the invasion planned?" I asked. "Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, London time. The Forever Knights warehouse is located directly below the British Museum, and at this time there are the most visitors. Thanks to this, we will be able to get inside without any problems," Lee replied. "It's 1 o'clock in London, so I'll have 8 a.m. I thought, and only then gave my answer. "Great, I'm free at this time. I hope this time will do without your theatricality?" "Haha, no. I'll do without it this time. Moreover, this warehouse is the most protected place on Earth, which is why I need your help. Even my abilities are not enough to penetrate there," Lee said honestly. "Yes, I think the Knights were not stingy in protecting their treasures. Okay, then I'll meet you tomorrow at Bedford Square at 12:45. I said. "Fine. Thank you for your help, even though you don't have to. Just come without a suit, we will act quietly, without attracting attention," Lee said at the end. "No problem. Till tomorrow," I said as I hung up the phone and then took off my mask. A couple of minutes later, the confectioner came with a cake. Having taken the cake and paid for it, I calmly went outside, after which, having found a secluded place, I teleported to my cave. First, I need to do one thing. "Morgana, wake up. I have a task for you," I said as I sat down at my supercomputer. I lost your signal for 4 minutes. Were you out of universe again? And Morgana asked as she appeared next to me as a hologram. To be more precise, in another universe and in another time. And I came with a gift. I said as I connected my phone to my computer. It was on him that the clone downloaded all the stolen information. There is a lot of information here. And very tasty. Morgana said, erotically licking her lips after finding the drawings of the advanced technologies of the future. She has such a habit when she finds new knowledge. I think she got it from me. Process all the data, remove the most uninteresting, save what we don't need now, and then send me the most interesting. This is a chance to improve our technology. Including your server. I ordered, picking up the phone. As you say, dear. Thank you for the gift. Morgana said after sending me a virtual kiss. How are our projects progressing? And I asked curiously, glancing at the DNA analyzer. I've already processed DNA samples from 20 aliens. The analyzer was able to find the alpha gene, but it looks like it would require a powerful DNA catalyst to activate it. Morgana replied. As I thought. Well, nothing, sooner or later, I will find the answer. What about our friends? I asked, looking at the cryopods with the circus freak trio. Apparently, when they were in the womb, they were affected by radiation from space material. My scanners couldn't identify what the material was. Morgana replied. It's clear. And in order to cure the freaks, I will have to find this material. It turned out that not everything is so simple. Okay, do some processing. Let me know when you're done. I said and took the cake and moved to the bus. As soon as I arrived, I saw Grandpa and the girls who were setting the breakfast table. Before they noticed me, I removed the packaging from the cake and with the help of a spell, I lit 2 candles in the form of the numbers 6 and 1. Grandpa, I called out to get his attention. As soon as he turned and saw the cake, I said with a smile, Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Gwen and Ashley shouted happily. Moving away from such a surprise, Grandfather smiled softly and, coming up to me, blew out the candles on the cake, saying, Thank you. Grandfather, congratulations on your 61st birthday. I hope you live 3 times as long. Gwen said with a smile as she hugged Grandfather. Thanks, guys. I couldn't even dream of better grandchildren. Wiping a tear, said Grandpa, hugging Gwen. Let's eat the cake while it's fresh. I said, walking up to the table. This is, Max said quietly, following me. Yes, this is the same cake from Paris. I said with a smile, cutting the cake. You shouldn't have tried so hard for me, said Grandfather, although he couldn't help smiling happily. Drop it. Isn't it right for moments like this to use superpowers? I replied with a smile, passing the plates with a slice of cake for Grandpa, Gwen, and Ashley. Maybe you're right, Max said quietly, eating half a piece in one fell swoop. Ashley and Gwen also began to eat their portions, but I was stopped by a message that came to my phone. Taking out my smartphone, I read a message from Zach, and then turned to Max. Grandfather, the Saturday family send you greetings and wish you a happy birthday. Give them my thanks, Max said and started on the second piece of cake. Okay, I said and started writing a reply to Zach. After a couple of minutes, I finished and was about to eat my portion, but this time Gwen interrupted me, saying, Enough eating, it's time for presents. Looking at the girl, I saw a vindictive gleam in her eyes. Looks like I won't get a tasty treat today. Hold on, Grandpa. I tied it myself, Gwen said, pulling out a bundle from under the table, handing it to Max. Thanks, Gwen. You are doing great, said Grandpa, pulling out a beautiful red and beige handmade scarf from the bundle, and then hugging Gwen and kissing her on the forehead. And this is from me, Ashley said, handing Max a large, and obviously heavy, box. This is, Grandfather said with surprise when he opened the box. Yes, this is a new carburetor for your RV. When we dealt with the fungus on the engine, I noticed that the carburetor that is now on the bus is already quite old. So I decided to get a new one. Ashley said with a smile. Wow, Ashley, I didn't know you were good at auto mechanics. Gwen said in surprise, looking at the gift. This is my little hobby. Ashley said shyly. How did you find him? It's such a rarity. I've been trying to find one for years, but nothing worked. With delight, said Max. Actually, I made it myself. Ashley said. We looked at her in surprise, not expecting this. Seeing our gaze, Ashley explained, I used my powers. I found a drawing of a carburetor on the internet. It took time and many attempts, but I managed to create all the necessary details using matter manipulation, as Lex calls it. In the end, it turned out even better than at the factory. Marvelous. Grandpa said. Well done, Ashley. I didn't think you had already achieved such control in your powers. I said sincerely. I tried. Ashley said shyly. Now it's my turn. I said, showing grandfather the Jaeger figurine and passing him the control keychain. What is it? Max asked curiously, examining the gift. Look. Moving away, I put the figurine on the ground and then shouted, having previously moved to a safe distance, press the big blue button. As soon as Max did this, the small figure instantly increased in size, and now a 60-meter robot appeared in front of us. My family's faces were quite funny when they saw this. This is the Jaeger 1 Malawian Kwacha. A combat robot that can be controlled by one person, as if it were his second body. As you can see, it can change its dimensions. He is strong, sturdy, and so on. Many times superior to any Vilgax drones. True, there are no weapons in it, except for the repulsors on the hands, but I will modify it in the future, as you wish, Grandpa. I will send you instructions on how to manage it to your phone. With a smile, I said. Lex. Whoa, I don't know what to say. Grandfather said with a sigh, massaging his temples. I think you overdid it. Gwen said, addressing me for the first time in 2 days. I think it's very cool. Ashley said. But shouldn't have expected anything else from her. Grandfather, now you can help us in battles. I said with a smile, going up to Grandpa and pressing the red button on the key fob to make the Jaeger shrink again. Anyway, thanks. Said Grandfather, accepting from me the figure of the Jaeger, which I pulled with telekinesis. You're welcome. I said without ceasing to smile. Even though Grandpa is acting like a responsible adult now, deep down he was very happy to get this giant fighting robot. Despite his age, he is still a child inside, like any man, and of course he will love such a gift. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Here's another gift. For all of you. I said and took out the magic bags created by Hope and handed them over to my family. What is it? Ashley asked curiously, examining her briefcase. Magic bags. Small spatial storages are attached to them, so you can now keep your important things or weapons with you. They work on mana from the outside world, so you don't have to worry about that. Thanks to this, even you, Grandpa, and you, Ashley, will be able to use them. Although, it also means that someone will be able to steal things from these bags. Be careful with this. I said. Thanks. Gwen muttered as she pulled on her red purse. Alright, let's have a feast, if that's the case. I just had some frozen my-seat swamp jumpers somewhere. This is a very tasty delicacy, I am sure you will like it. Said Grandpa, putting on his fanny pack. Immediately putting the Jaeger and a keychain from him into it, he went to the bus. And it will be a feast? Ashley said in disgust when she heard the name of the dish. We will have to eat. Defeated, I said. But, Ashley tried to say something, but her friend interrupted her. Necessary. It's Grandpa's birthday. We cannot refuse, Gwen said with a pale face. I just sighed heavily, looking at my grandfather, who got off the bus with a bag of some purple clams. And the day started out so well. Chapter 105, 104. 13 New Heroes. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 19, 2010. We spent the whole day yesterday at the campsite without going anywhere. After we put up with Grandpa's alien shellfish, he had a proper barbecue with good meat. So in the end it wasn't all that bad. Although, as I thought, I never got the cake. And betrayal came from an unexpected quarter. While no one was watching, Nebula managed to eat a quarter of the cake and enjoyed it very much. Of course, we were all scared for her, because it is not known how chocolate will affect the cryptid, but it seems that, apart from overeating, there were no problems. After Gwen healed Nebula with the tattoo of healing, just in case, the tigress fell asleep in the sun, digesting my portion of cake. Apart from this small incident, the whole day yesterday went perfectly. We ate burgers and steaks, and a lot. Grandpa ate time to cook them. Then Ashley and I helped him change the carburetor on the bus. In the evening, Grandfather figured out how the Jaeger works. I must say, he got the hang of it very quickly, even without my help. Can immediately see the experience with advanced alien technology. After Ashley and Gwen also ran the Jaeger a bit for fun, I set up a big outdoor screen and together we watched one very popular alien movie from the future. Turns out my clone even downloaded Ben's movie collection. And to be honest, I was very impressed with this movie. From the script, to the acting to the special effects, everything was top-notch. The only problem was that you had to get used to the fact that all the actors are aliens, and many of them were far from the beauty standards that people are used to. At midnight, I put on a fireworks show for my family, all thanks to the abilities of the heat blast. What a holiday without fireworks! The girls, especially Gwen, really enjoyed my show. Although, Gwen was still pointedly ignoring me, but there was nothing to be done about it. After the show, we went to bed in a good mood. Today I woke up before everyone else again, and I decided that this was a good chance to check on all the newly acquired aliens. So when I moved to the training ground, I took out the spatial cube that Ben gave me, and opening it, I took out 10 flasks with DNA samples. As always, the materials that made up the aliens were as strange as possible. One of the flasks contained black fog, the other red lava, and the third was a computer code. Miracles and more. Bringing the Omnitrix to the flasks, I again turned on the automatic scanning of alien DNA, which I came to temporarily disable while the Omnitrix was nearby with 10,000 aliens. 10 yellow flashes later, the Omnitrix began processing new material. This will take some time, so I can try out my idea. After putting all the flasks in the inventory, later I will send these materials to the analyzer. I looked at the spatial cube from the future. I want to try absorbing it to increase the total area of my spatial ring, as I once did with another cube I found in Gwen's 10 dimension. I'm not sure that this will work. After all, this is no longer the same magic technology of telemats, but the usual azimuth technology reproduced on its basis. But what the hell is not joking? Of course, it would be better to study the cube in order to reproduce the technology for their creation, but now there is no urgent need for this, especially since Hope can always make a magical counterpart. But to try to increase the volume of my ring, it seems to me much more important, because it is always with me. In any case, Ashley has a second one, so I might as well give it a try. Sprinkling my blood on the cube, I began to apply mana into it and wait for the reaction, which appeared after only 2 seconds. The cube shone blue, after which, it simply split into pieces and turned into a ball of light, which immediately absorbed into my ring. Suddenly, looking at the hand, I saw that a red circle appeared on the black stone that was inlaid in the ring, similar to those that used to be on the sides of the spatial cube itself. It looks like everything worked. And what about the size? Oh, *CK, I involuntarily said when I realized that the interior space of my inventory had increased tenfold, thus reaching 100 cubic meters. This is what I call a successful upgrade. Who would have thought that a random thought would turn out to be so successful? Although, what else would I expect with the tattoo of luck activated? I said out loud with a smile, looking at the ring. Now I don't have to worry about running out of space. Just as I was finished enjoying the successful experiment, the Omnitrix sounded a ready-to-go signal. Processing is finally over, I can start checking those who I got. So, in total on this trip, I got 13 aliens, 3 of which I got by scanning Ben 10,000 when he transformed in front of me. The remaining 10, I just added the Omnitrix to the database, and I still don't know anything about them. I'm filled with curiosity and anticipation. Alien number 54 coming after Pim is Arctiguana. A member of the polar Manzardil race, from the planet Nelly, resembling a large blue iguana. Arctiguana has small spikes around its face, 3 dorsal fins running down its back, and white gills on the sides of its head. He is dressed in a black and white suit, as always provided by the Omnitrix, whose symbol is located on his chest. Polar Manzardillas are cold-blooded aliens. Like normal reptiles, his blood is literally very cold, hence Arctiguana's main ability. Specifically, Arctiguana is able to breathe ice from its mouth and fire a long-range freeze ray that isolates targets in the ice. This icy breath is cold enough to freeze large bodies of water and molten lava. Its ice is also very slippery. The next one is the Skylord, which I already talked about, so I don't see the point in dwelling on it. As well as on the 56th alien, whom I decided to call the Mirror Master. This is the Pluvane that Ben used on me, and about the abilities that I also talked about. 57th is Arctiguana's fellow planet, Tropical Manzardil, to which I decided to give the nickname Lava Lizard. From this, it is easy to understand that his abilities are based on hot lava. In fact, he has the same powers as Arctiguana, only instead of ice, he uses lava. Lava Lizard can breathe lava and fire a long-range scorching beam. They even look similar, only the skin of the tropical Manzardillo is bright red and has a huge temperature, like the blood in his veins. Number 58 is a man-made alien that is literally a humanoid computer virus. According to the information that Morgana found, this race was created by Dr. Psychoboss, an insane cerebrocrustacean who considers Azimuth his enemy and dreams of surpassing him in order to prove that he is smarter than the famous Galvan. The virus race, as Psychoboss called them, were supposed to be Azimuth's answer to his galvanic mechamorphs, which the latter accidentally created, but everything, as always, went through one place. The viruses rebelled against their creator and began to wreak havoc, which eventually ended in the destruction of the planet Encephalonus III, and the extermination of all Cyruses. Although, cerebrocrustacean are no strangers to the destruction of their own planet. Apparently, in the future, Ben managed to get a sample of virus's DNA, and now I have this alien in my hands. The virus itself, as I decided to call it, looks like an ordinary blue energy humanoid, with a sharp haircut and a crazy face. Being a living computer virus main feature is hacking and subjugating any technology, and it must be said that he can do this better than galvanic mechamorphs. Also, the virus can absorb any digital data, cause electrical technology to malfunction, and fire electricity from its hands. This is a very useful and powerful alien, but he has a fatal weakness in the form of electromagnetic waves that disrupt his performance and cause him great pain. 59th is an alien from the Fulmini race who is called Shockrock. It was this race that gave Ben a lot of problems. The Fulminis themselves are composed entirely of unknown energy. Their blue energy bodies are reinforced with gray stone armor that covers their head, chest, shoulders, some of their forearms and everything from hips to thighs. This stone has a green moss-like pattern on the surface closest to the top of the body. Fulmini has the ability to fire strong blue energy blasts from any part of his body, which he can use to create various weapons and tools. Also, due to their stone armor, this race has decent physical strength and stamina. Although, this greatly reduces their speed and agility. Due to his energy body, Shockrock is able to absorb external sources of energy, as well as use energy kinesis to telekinetically move objects. But what is interesting is the ability of the Fulmanites to improve technology with their energy, and if I'm not mistaken, this ability can even be adapted for the Omnitrix. But this, of course, requires research. Anniversary, the 60th alien, was another inhabitant of the planet Egyxos and a relative of the Skylord. The Apis race is descended from the Egyptian divine bull and has the same backstory as the Horus race. The landlord looks like a humanoid bull, with an impressive body size and an equally impressive physical strength. The main ability of this race, inherited from their ancestor, is the ability to create earthquakes. A very powerful alien, and I'm happy with his acquisition. Now I can't wait to collect the entire collection. The 61st alien has the ability to manipulate its own gravity, and its name is Antigravitesla. He appears as a man with mint-colored skin, sleek black hair and an English mustache that exudes a gentlemanly vibe. He wears a black and blue jumpsuit with a white stripe, a blue belt, and blue boots. Blue energy balls protrude from the sides of his legs and arms, creating a spherical blue force field around him. And frankly, I don't know anything about this alien at all. I'm not even sure if it can be considered an alien. And it seems that this hero belongs to the category that affects the mind of the Omnitrix user. Fortunately, I quickly suppressed this alien's identity, but thanks to this, I learned his name and his abilities. In addition to being able to create his own gravitational field, making him capable of making himself heavy as a mountain or light as a feather. Antigravitesla can also change the direction of gravity on himself, allowing him to fall off the Earth in any direction, granting him the power of levitation and flight. Plus, he can use his gravity spheres as projectiles, spinning them around him to gain speed and then firing them like bullets. Next comes another familiar alien, Shocksquatch. A member of the Gimlinopithecus race, tall, muscular and agile, much like a Bigfoot, with yellow and black fur. His main power is electrokinesis. Pretty simple alien, but that doesn't make it any less useful. At number 63, we have an alien from the Lace Ritter race. I'll call him Ultraviolence since his main power is manipulating ultraviolet light in many different ways for special attacks. Ultraviolent can use three types of ultraviolet light: blue, which can create solid constructs such as shields; white, which has a high destructive potential and can vaporize almost anything in its path; and violet, which he can shoot out of the slits on his arms, thus covering them and using them in battle. All these powers give him very great speed and agility, almost reaching the level of fast track. In addition, he has impressive physical strength. Well, Ultraviolent looks like a large humanoid with purple skin, with large sharp thyroid plates instead of hands. He has 4 eyes that are located all over his head and which allow him to see 360 degrees. This race is known to be bloodthirsty and violent, but again, this is not a problem for me, and I am completely in control in this form. The next alien has healing powers, and I've been waiting a long time to have a similar hero. Previously, I could only rely on Wrath's regeneration to heal myself, or on Gwen's tattoo, but it was unreliable. But now, I have Dr. Fatty, who can heal almost any injury and even return a lost limb. However, I'm not sure about diseases. It wasn't without reason that I called this alien that way, because outwardly it is very similar to the Pokemon Snorlax, and has the same round figure and clumsy body. This alien is definitely not a fighter, although as a healer he does not need it. But thanks to the thick skin, it is very durable and tenacious. Dr. Fatty himself is fully dressed in a black and blue jumpsuit and the Omnitrix symbol is located on his large belly. The 65th alien is like a 4-legged creature that is entirely composed of black fog, in which different colors flash from time to time. In fact, a very scary alien, because in addition to being practically invulnerable to physical attacks, due to the structure of his body, he is able to create biological viruses in his body, and then spread them using fog. In fact, this alien is a walking laboratory for the production of various diseases and plagues. The name Plague, I decided to give this alien. To be honest, I'm not sure I'll ever use it, except maybe when fighting a lot of enemies to quickly disable them with some kind of cold virus. Although I think his ability to create diseases may someday come in handy to create antidotes. But in the near future, this alien will not be useful to me. And the last one for today, the 66th alien, is an eye. literally a giant 4-meter flying eye, with a purple pupil and white gold eyelashes like tentacles. I have never heard of such a race, but his ability is very impressive to me, I would even say scary. It took me a while to find out what he was doing, but when I realized that he could negate all the racial abilities of any aliens, I was delighted to say the least. And I'm not kidding, Eraser Eye, as I called it, can disable racial skills on any aliens that I've tested. For example, Pyronite's fire simply disappears, Petrosapien becomes unable to create crystals, Ectoneurite's invisibility stops working, and so on. I've tested everyone but Alien X and Osmosian, for obvious reasons, and every single one of my aliens is having their powers stop working. Even Andromeda. I don't think Eraserite can affect someone like Celestialsapien, but still, his ability is a very big trump card up my sleeve in case something goes wrong. It will be necessary to find information about this race. When I finished checking all my new aliens, I was very pleased. Familiar and unfamiliar aliens, with very unique, and most importantly useful abilities. What else do I need to be happy? After sending the newcomers' DNA materials to the analyzer, I went to the RV. It's almost 7:30 in the morning and I need to warn my family that I won't be around all day because I need to help a friend. Chapter 106, 105. Second Forever Night Heist, Stage 1. patrasteriskEN.com/Sekil11. Check out my PatrasteriskEN if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery HTTP URL. Good morning, I said as I entered the RV after teleporting back to the campsite. Do you have something to do from morning to early again? Max asked with a smile, finishing eating scrambled eggs. Yes, everything is as always. But what I really meant to say is that I'm going to have to leave for the day today, I said, drawing the attention of Gwen and Ashley, who were doing the dishes together. Something happened? Grandfather asked, putting the plate aside. A friend of mine asked for help. I owe him, so I need to help, I said honestly. And what exactly did he ask you to do? Ashley asked. Nothing special, just a little heist. With a smile, I said. Heist? Gwen involuntarily asked, then turned away, once again defiantly ignoring me. Yes, some bad people stole from my friend a thing that belongs to him by right. Now he wants her back, I said without further details. And in a different way? Grandpa asked. He himself does not accept this approach, but he is well aware that the world is far from black and white, and sometimes you need to act dirty. For the greater good, of course. The Forever Knights are involved, so you know the answer yourself. Shrugging, I said. That's right, it's normal not to agree with these fanatics. Besides, it's time for them to taste their own pills. Okay, you can go, but be careful. If you find yourself in danger, run without looking back. There is nothing shameful in this, after all, life is more precious than anything, Max said with a sigh. Okay, Grandpa. Thanks, I said with a grateful smile, and then asked, will you stay here, or continue on way? I wanted to go to Massachusetts, where they had a Puritan fair in Salem, with all the trappings of that time. The whole day will be spent on the road, so you don't have to worry. Hardly anything will happen today. Max thought for a moment. So Salem, huh? I asked, seeing Gwen's displeased look. Maybe this is a good chance to introduce Hope to Grandpa. Then don't be bored and take care of yourself. Oh yeah, don't forget to feed Nebula, I said, pointing to the still sleeping tigress. Have fun there. Ashley waved goodbye to me. Meanwhile, Gwen showed no reaction. It looks like it's going to take a long time for things to get back to normal. I got off the bus, turned into my new speedster and ran east towards the ocean. I have over 6'000" km to cover and I'm wondering how Ultraviolet will perform. Turning on the navigator on my infinity tattoo, I headed for London, soon entering the water, which I ran without problems. After 15 minutes of running on the water, I saw the island of Great Britain. Looks like my original judgment was wrong. Ultraviolet is still faster than fast track. It seems to be all about UV rays, which lice ridders can passively absorb from the light of the sun, and with their help increase their physical data. Last time, I tested this alien indoors, so I didn't have access to sunlight and couldn't find out how much it affects this race. Not at the level of the Kryptonians, of course, but this is also a good result. I didn't want to draw too much attention, so as soon as I got to the ground, I turned into the Skylord and soared high into the air, where I got lost in the clouds. In this way, I calmly flew to the capital of the kingdom. Thanks to the head of a falcon, I also had the eyesight of a falcon, so that, despite the height, I was able to find from the air Bedford Square, the place where Lee and I met. Dive down, in the fall I turned into a slug and slammed against the paving stones, like a piece of, I won't say what. Gathering my body together, I changed my appearance to a random 25-year-old blonde and walked towards Lee, who was already waiting for me. I'm not going to show my real face, so disguise is necessary. And, at the moment, Slug is the only alien with this ability. Besides, I can just absorb the symbol of the Omnitrix into myself, so that no one will understand that I'm in the form of an alien. 12:45. Right on time, said a gray-haired 50-year-old gentleman with Chinese features as I approached him. Punctuality is my main advantage, I said with a smile as I sat down on the bench next to Li Shen. And how should I contact you? I can't call you Legion, Shadow said calmly. You can call me Kirby, I offered with a smile, using the original Ben's middle name. Fine. So that's what you are, Kirby? I thought you were younger. Examining me, commented the well-known thief. Yes? And why did you decide so? Looking into the eyes of my interlocutor, I was curious. Experience, perhaps, Lee said calmly, and then jabbed at me with his cane, which he had with him, and which complemented his image of a gentleman, along with a stylish dark blue three-piece suit. It's ticklish, I said indifferently, looking at my side, in which the tip of the cane was stuck, as if in jelly. I didn't even think of reacting because I knew I wasn't in danger. Spider sense is cool. As I thought, disguise. Don't trust me, Lee said displeasedly, pulling his cane out of me. Rather, I just don't want the Forever Knights to get any information about me. If you want, when we're done with the case, I'll show you my real face, I said sincerely. No need. I even like that you are so careful. This shows that you are serious about the matter. Do you have any disagreements with the Forever Knights? Lee said calmly, and then asked a question. Let's just say that their interests overlap with mine. We have different points of view on this matter, so sooner or later, we will collide. And, unfortunately for them, this will end in the disbandment of their order, I said honestly. Yes? Then I don't envy them, Lee said with a smile. So, what do you know about this branch? I asked. The Order of the Forever Knights itself was created several centuries ago by Sir George in order to destroy a demon from another world named Dagon, who wanted to take over the Earth. Unfortunately, over the centuries, the Forever Knights have forgotten their true purpose, and now the entire order has split into several factions, each of which pursues its own selfish goals, mainly related to personal gain or the destruction of aliens. For example, the leader of a faction located in the US, a man named Driscoll, once a former plumber, wants to take over the world. Why he needs it is not clear, but this perfectly shows the current state of the once noble Order of Knights. The vault manager's name is Dr. Joseph Chadwick. As far as I understand, he is an expert on alien technology. He studies the entire collection collected in the vault, after which he creates useful gadgets and integrates them into the order. That is why he was entrusted with the management and protection of this vault, Lee said. Familiar name, I said, remembering the appearances of this man in the animated series, as well as the information recently found by Morgana. Do you know anything about him? Actually, quite a lot. He used to be a member of a secret organization of scientists who wanted to make the world a better place and protect it from dangerous discoveries. But 10 years ago they found a dangerous artifact called the Core Stone. Some weirdo stole this stone to fulfill his crazy ambitions, and when the secret scientists wanted to return the stone, they fell into a pre-prepared trap. In the end, only 9 people survived, except for Chadwick himself, who was still presumed dead. Looks like he managed to pull through and joined the Forever Knights. Perhaps thanks to their help, he survived. But in memory of that story, he had a scar on the floor of his face and serious mental problems. I told everything I knew. Once again, the world reminds me that there is a history of the Saturdays here. Who would have thought that I would run into my mother's former comrade? Life is a strange thing, especially if it's an alternate universe. Interesting, Lee said, with impression in his voice. I don't think he expected me to be able to give so much information. So what's the plan? I asked. First, we will enter as ordinary visitors. We need to meet with a very money-hungry Forever Knight who has become my informant. Unfortunately, he's only a small fry, so he doesn't know much, but at least he'll be able to pinpoint the approximate location of the diadema. Next, we will have to act on our own. Lee replied, pulling out his pocket watch. How do you think of everything? I'm impressed, I said honestly. Clearly a master of his craft. It's time. Rising from the bench, Lee said and walked towards the British Museum. Following the thief, I asked, what do you know about the vault's internal defenses? In addition to thick walls, many high-tech locks, traps and turrets hidden in the walls, there are also sensors installed inside that will set off an alarm if it senses aliens. They will work even for me, although I'm only a quarter of an alien, Lee said calmly. As expected of these xenophobes. But, I must say, you know how to choose a target, I said with a smile, throwing my hands behind my head, acting out the role of a carefree tourist. I have no choice. This is a matter of honor, Lee said seriously. What about security? How many people are there? Or drones? I continued to elicit information that is vital in such a mission. At least 400 people there. Most of them are low-ranking knights, but there are also experienced fighters who serve as Chadwick's bodyguards. As for drones, I'm not sure, but their arsenal is very impressive. Starting from their laser spears and swords, ending with high-powered alien guns. And of course, do not forget about explosives. Unfortunately, there is another problem, Lee said as we approached the steps of the museum. How much more then? I said unhappily. Looks like this vault is really very important for the Forever Knights. I wonder what we'll find there. I'm not sure if that's true, but I've heard a rumor that the Knights have a weapon that can disable aliens' special abilities and incapacitate them. If you're human, nothing will happen, but if you have alien blood, then, Lee said softly as we lined up to enter the museum. All clear. That's why you asked for my help. Nodding my head, I said. Right. I would have overcome the usual traps and guards, with difficulty, of course, but still. But this weapon. My intuition, accumulated over the years of my work, just screams about danger, Lee said softly as he handed the tickets to the cute cashier. I understand your concern. There is no such thing as paranoia, I said quietly so as not to attract too much attention, and then added, if the protection of this place is based on technology, even if it is alien, I will not have any problems. But if magic is involved, then we will have difficulties. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about the magical defenses of this place, Lee said honestly, furrowing his brows. Don't worry, I have a lot of trump cards that will help us in a pinch. But have to be careful with Chadwick. Given his history, mental issues, and access to technology from different worlds, who knows what crazy inventions he's created here. It is possible that even that weapon against aliens exists, I said, looking at the Rosetta Stone. We still play visitors. Right. Lee said as he stood next to me. Where is the meeting with your informant? In the men's room, in the West Wing. Let's go in that direction, only slowly, without attracting attention. Lee said as he moved on to the next exhibit. For the next 10 minutes, we walked around the museum, slowly moving towards the toilet we needed. When we made sure that no one was around, Lee turned on the jammer of the cameras and calmly went to the toilet, and I followed him. Inside, we saw a nervous 30-year-old man dressed in a black suit, who was now anxiously pacing back and forth. As soon as he saw us, he breathed a sigh of relief and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. We agreed with Lee that he himself would talk to this man, so I propped the door so that no one came inside, and began to win back the furniture. Finally. You take too long. It's good that nobody came. The greedy Forever Knight whispered to Lee. We arrived exactly at the time we agreed. Although it doesn't matter now. So, did you find what I asked for? Lee said softly. Yes, a diadem similar to the one you described is located in the exhibition hall on the -5th floor. There is the manager's personal collection of alien artifacts, the purpose of which has not been found out. The man said nervously. Is that how? Thanks, that's all we needed. Here is your money. And Lee said, pulling a thick envelope from his jacket pocket. At this, the man's eyes shone with greed and he extended his sweaty hands towards the envelope. But when he grabbed the envelope, I saw an incomprehensible gloating in his eyes, so just in case, I decided to check his thoughts. And I didn't like what I saw there. Oh, why does everything always go wrong? BZZZTT. What are you doing? Lee shouted as he saw his informant fall to the ground, convulsing from the electric shock from my shocker. I haven't used it for a long time. They know everything. I said seriously, sending the shocker back to inventory. What? It is a trap. Bait for you. They let you know about the diadem so that you yourself would come and they could catch you. I told what I learned from the head of the corrupt Forever Knight. Are you sure? Lee asked, gritting his teeth in anger. Yes. I read this man's mind. When Chadwick learned that the famous thief Shadow was looking for information about the black diadem, which is just in his collection, he decided to set a trap. I said. But why do they need me? Lee asked incredulously. What do you think? They want to use your abilities. As soon as you were caught, they were going to put a slave collar on you and you would become their pet thief, fulfilling any prizes. And given your penetration skills, they were also going to use you as a killer of unwanted people. I answered honestly. Bastards! Lee shouted, clenching his hands in anger. So, what do you think? Are we terminating the operation? Or do we continue? I asked. Is the diadem here? Lee asked. Yeah, I saw it in that guy's mind. In fact, he told the truth and she really is where he said. Although, of course, there is no evidence that this is indeed the Uberman diadema, other than its black color. It's clear. Lee said thoughtfully, and after a few minutes of reflection, confidently said, we continue. Are you hoping for a surprise effect? I asked, understanding his train of thought. Yes. They may be expecting me, but they don't expect the Legion to be with me. Lee said with an intimidating grin. Besides, if we leave now, they might move the diadema and set another trap for you. And next time, you might not be so lucky. I continued his train of thought. That's right. So, do you agree with me? Lee asked, looking into my eyes. Of course, yes. There is nothing more beautiful than the destruction of the plans of the Forever Knights. I said with a grin. Now, things have become much more interesting. Chapter 107, 106. Second Forever Knight Heist, Stage 2. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery HTTP URL. So, since we have decided to continue, we cannot follow your plan further, as the enemy knows about your coming. I said thoughtfully, turning to Lee. You're right. Apparently, they have studied me, which means they know the course of my thoughts and my abilities. They will be able to predict my next steps. I will have to discard all my plans and trust you, since you are an unpredictable element for them, and they will not be able to predict your actions. Do you have an idea how to break into the vault? Lee looked at me and asked. Actually, I have one suitable alien for this, I said, and then turned into a mirror master. His ability to penetrate the mirror dimension is just what we need right now. And what can this mirror guy do? Lee asked as the shadows around us moved and enveloped his entire body. After the shadows faded, Lee could be seen in his professional outfit. Stylish way to dress up. This, I simply said, raising my hand and creating cracks in the air, like broken mirrors. Let's go, I said, taking Lee by the shoulder and leading him into the cracks. Lee, accustomed to penetrating into other dimensions, calmly followed me, and after passing through the cracks, we ended up in the mirror dimension. This place was an empty world, a mirror image of reality. It was an unusual and extremely beautiful sight. Unfortunately, unlike some of the masters of the mystic arts from Marvel, I can't manipulate the world as I please, but from here I can keep an eye on what's going on in the real world and no one will notice me if I'm careful. I feel no connection to the shadow dimension, Lee said as he surveyed the mirrored world. This is another dimension, so it's no wonder you don't feel connected to your dimension from here. They won't be able to see us while we're here, but we'll have to try not to hit the reflections. We will be able to follow what is happening in reality, but because of this, we can be seen in reflections, so do not relax. Also, we won't be able to contact the real world while we're here, I said. Understood. And now what? Lee asked, squatting down so that he couldn't be seen in the reflection of the big bathroom mirror. We'll wait. Sooner or later, someone will realize that something went wrong and they will come for this guy, I said, sitting down next to Lee and pointing to our informant. Do you want the knights to open the way for us? Lee asked, understanding my idea. Right. We will follow those who come here and they will not even realize that they themselves will lead us inside. With a smile on my mirrored face, I said. Very comfortably, Lee said calmly. After 5 minutes of waiting, a group of armed men in black suits burst into the toilet. After a quick look around the room, the leader of the group transmitted something over the communicator and then ordered his men to lift the guy on the ground and try to wake him up so that he could answer their questions. I can't hear anything, Lee said as he saw our former informant being slapped. Yes, that's another disadvantage of using this ability. Initially, I didn't want to use it, because there are too many restrictions. But in this case, we don't have to choose. Also, if they do notice us, one directed blow will knock us out of here, since with my very presence I make the dimension unstable, and we can be reached from the real world, I explained, watching the knights fail to bring their comrade back to consciousness. Understandably. At least we can get inside their base, and this is the most difficult stage, Lee said. At this moment, the Forever Knights gave up trying to bring our informant back to consciousness, and having picked him up, they went to the exit. And of course we followed them, trying not to hit the reflective surfaces. Following the Knights, we ended up at a secret elevator, which was located not far from the toilet, in the boiler room of the museum. Carefully getting inside together with the members of the Order, we noticed one unpleasant thing. This elevator will only take us to the -1 floor. Lee pointed out the obvious, pointing to just 2 buttons on the elevator panel. Yes, it looks like their operations headquarters is on this floor, which is where they are heading now to interrogate our friend. They wouldn't have taken us too deep anyway, so it doesn't matter, I said when the elevator took us to the -1 floor and the doors opened. Outside the elevator, there was a strange white cubicle room, into which all the knights entered, and we followed. As soon as the elevator doors closed behind us, the walls of the room shone blue and a scanner beam was directed at us. "And here is the blood purity scanner you mentioned," I said as I watched the scanner do its job and checked for the presence of aliens in the room. "Won't they find us?" Lee asked warily. "No, everything should be fine. It can't penetrate dimensions," I said in a confident tone, although I had no proof of what I said. Just in case, I reinforced the passage between dimensions when the scanner beam reached the place where we were. Fortunately, everything worked out and the scanner could not find our presence. As the scanner beam swept across the room, it glowed green, confirming that everything was clear, and we moved on. Outside the scanning room, there were 3 long white corridors, with many rooms. Pretty creepy place. "Stop. We will not go further with them," and I said as Lee wanted to follow the knights who were heading to the left corridor. "Do you think it's worth going on by yourself? This is a real labyrinth, it will take us time to find the right path." Doubting my decision, Lee said, "We're expected downstairs anyway, so there's no point sneaking in anymore. Besides, it's too long. The main thing is that we are already at their base and ordinary people will not suffer," I said, opening the passage to the real world. As soon as we got outside, the siren sounded. Say what I like, but they have a good security system, since we were noticed so quickly. "And what do you suggest?" Lee asked over the siren. "We will use the force method." "But first," I replied, noticing automatic turrets descending from the ceiling. Having turned into a virus from the Cyrus race, I touched the wall where I felt the wiring and began to hack into the systems of this base. I decided not to take control of all the technological devices of this place, as it would take too long, but only disabled all security systems and disconnected the power source. As soon as I finished, the lights in the room went out for a few seconds, and then the lamps shone with a red emergency light. Now, only the emergency generator is running, which feeds the air supply system, which fills the entire underground complex with clean air so that people do not suffocate. I'm not so cruel as to kill everyone here, especially in such a terrible way. "What's happening?" Lee asked, looking at the red lamps, as well as the iron doors that blocked the entire complex, following my command. I disabled the security system and also mothballed the complex. Now the knights do not control this place and will not be able to receive support, I said in my electronic voice. "Why didn't you say earlier that you could do that? It would have simplified all my plans," Lee asked angrily. "Because you didn't ask," I said with a smirk, turning into a minotaur from Egyxos. "Now let's go down," I said, thumping my hoof on the floor. Using the earthquake ability, I destroyed the entire floor, and Lee and I flew down to the 24 forever knights who didn't expect the sky to fall on them. Right in the air, I turned into Shock Squatch and, generating a large amount of electricity, hit it right at the knights who were so well dressed in metal armor. The poor guys didn't even realize what happened, how they were fried by my electricity, and now they lay on the floor and convulsed from the strength of the current. "You could have at least warned me," Lee said displeasedly, smoothly landing on the floor -2 floors. "That wouldn't be interesting," I said in my lisping voice, turning into a squid to read the minds of these people and find out the structure of the underground base. I can't read the minds of people who are unconscious, but Squid solves this misunderstanding. After a couple of minutes of concentrated search for information, I again turned into the Earthlord and turned to Lee. "So, on the first floor, there is an operations center, an arsenal and private rooms of the knights who live here. On the second and third floors are laboratories where local scientists, led by Chadwick, work on their projects and study alien technology. On the fourth floor, there are also laboratories, but on a larger scale, for larger projects, as well as a prison where they keep prisoners for experiments. The fifth floor is Chadwick's private quarters, his personal laboratory, as well as the museum that we need. And just like I thought, we're in for an ambush." "Prisoners?" Lee asked. aliens, animals, as well as criminals who are not sorry. I answered quickly, with a displeased face. After all, these knights are still bastards. Are we able to help them? Lee asked carefully. I think we can take the time to check out the prison. Nodding my head, I said. Okay, go ahead. Lee said. Nodding at his words, I again hit the floor with my hoof, and we again flew down. This time, no one was waiting for us, and we calmly skipped this floor, immediately heading to the fourth. Apparently, we ended up in a hangar, which contained many spaceships collected by the Forever Knights over the centuries of their existence. Unfortunately, all of them have already been dismantled, so there is no more sense from them. Where to now? Lee asked, looking around the room. So, it looks like the prison is in the west. I said as I activated the infinity tattoo and looked at the map of this floor that I received when I arrived here. It turns out that the map can and so. Conveniently. What is it? Lee asked, looking at the 3D holographic map that floated above my hand. Long story. Us here. I said, and turning into ultraviolet, I broke through the hangar door with my own hands, which led us to another corridor, in which new enemies were waiting for us. Before I could deal with them, Lee stopped me and said, "Let me. I feel useless. Let me at least deal with this knights." Okay. I said, letting Lee pass. Well, stand. Give up and we won't hurt you. Yelled a large Forever Knight, standing at the head of 50 people, and holding a laser sword in his hands. As you say. Lee said calmly, raising his hands in surrender. Forever Knight was even surprised by this and let his guard down, which was Lee's original plan. Under the control of my partner, the shadows of the knights came to life and began to bind all of our opponents. The animated shadows wrapped around the necks of the knights, beginning to choke them, and no matter how they resisted, they soon passed out due to lack of air. You're just like Shikamaru. I involuntarily said, looking at the manifestation of Lee's abilities. Who? And Lee looked at me strangely. Never mind. Us here. I said, pointing to the right. After several long corridors, which were no different from each other, we came to a high metal door that separated the research area from the prison. Having broken through the door without any problems, thanks to the power of shock rock, we went inside and saw a round-shaped prison room, in the center of which there were several iron tables, and at the edges there were about 50 prison cells located on 4 floors. I expected that there would be only a few cells here, but it looks like the knights have built a real prison here. We were expected again, but this time it was not the usual knights, but 5 knights dressed in red armor. If I'm not mistaken, these are the elite warriors of the order who really know how to fight and rely more on their skill than weapons. Looks like we're being challenged to a fair duel. Lee said, looking at the 5 knights who stood like idols, pointing their weapons at the floor. And how did you understand it? I asked curiously, turning into a man already dressed in my costume. Their posture indicates that they will not let us through, but they also offer a duel of skill. If we lose, we will give up, and if we win, they will not interfere with us. Lee said as he surveyed our opponents. Yes? I didn't think they had honor. I said, noticing how the knights twitched. They didn't seem to like my insult. They are an elite, trained from childhood according to the precepts of their order. I think only they can be called real knights. Do you think we should agree to a duel? Lee asked, looking at me. Why not? Shrugging, I said. This seems interesting. Then, I'm first. Lee said, stepping forward. Imitating him, one knight dressed in red stepped forward, wielding 2 daggers, moreover, ordinary ones, not laser ones. Pulling out his own daggers, Lee instantly rushed to the attack, trying to break through the armor of his opponent, who parried the attack with his weapons. Then a real battle dance began, showing the excellent mastery of the dagger of both opponents. Although it was soon seen that Lee was superior to his opponent in skills. Having knocked out the dagger from the knight's hand, Lee wanted to attack him in an unprotected place in the armor, but another knight prevented him, covering his comrade with a shield. Looks like Lee wins. Your turn. Lee said calmly, coming back to me. Amazingly, they didn't really interfere in the duel until it got too dangerous. At the same time, they did not even hit you in the back, but protected their comrade. I said with sincere surprise in my voice. Maybe there really is something left of the knights in them. Lee said calmly. Maybe. I said softly, stepping forward and waiting for my opponent. From the side of the Forever Knights, the only woman in their group stepped out, holding two steel European swords, one of which she tossed to me. Catching the sword, I raised the sword, standing in a stance, waiting for the opponent's move. The girl did not hesitate and rushed towards me, attacking my head. After parrying her blow with my sword, I moved close to her to knock her out of the rhythm and attacked her unprotected side. Dodging at the last moment, the knight girl kicked aside my sword and sent another blow in my direction, which I instantly parried. It was the most interesting fight in a long time as we used pure skill. The girl was the best swordsman I've ever met and I enjoyed every second of our fight. I even deliberately reduced my physical strength to match the girl. But all good things come to an end, and our fight also came to an end. When the girl had practically used up all her strength, I knocked the sword out of her hands and put mine to her throat. This is the end. I said calmly. The girl clearly wanted to continue, since she also enjoyed this fight, but she was stopped by the approaching knight with a shield. Lowering her head, she went to her comrades, not forgetting to bow to me in the end. So, what is next? I asked, dropping the sword, which I would no longer need, on the floor. The Red Knights also threw down their weapons and stepped aside, letting us pass, thus fulfilling the contract. Sir George would be proud of you, I'm sure. It is a pity that everyone else in your order has forgotten their true purpose, but I'm glad to see that there are still men of honor among you. I said sincerely. Hearing my words, all the knights looked at me in shock, not expecting this. Although, their further act also surprised me. They raised their hands and thumped their chests, then knelt down and bowed to me. It's strange, but who understands what's going on in their head? It's a pity you're wasting your lives in the service of these bastards. Now sleep. Iter ad regnum Orphei. I said and used to spell that painlessly put the noble knights to sleep. Why did you put them to sleep? Lee asked as he walked up to me. Just in case. Plus, they won't have any problems with their superiors. I don't think their bosses will be happy that they did this. I said calmly. Right. Okay, let's go check the cells. Lee said, going upstairs, since the prison cells on the first floor were empty. It's empty. Lee said as he scanned the floor. There is no one on the third floor either. I said as I finished checking the third floor. Looks like they cleared out the entire prison before they decided to set a trap for me. Apparently, they did not want us to release the prisoners and find allies. Lee said. Looks like you're right. I said, going up to the fourth floor to make sure that there was no one here. Shadow, come here. I shouted when I noticed that there was a prisoner in the very last cell. Who is it? Lee asked, stepping out of the shadows next to me. The one who was sitting in the cell was hidden by a shadow, since there was no light inside, but could see that he noticed us and looked at us with his glowing white eyes. Illuminated the cell, using the phone. Inside we saw a humanoid gray panther with canine features. He was wearing a loincloth and looked at us a little warily. This is, seeing the prisoner, who turned out to be a cryptid, Lee said in shock. Sul Kalu. Chapter 108, 107. Second Eternal Night Heist, Stage 3. patrasteriskEN.com/secil11. Check out my patrasteriskEN if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Sulkaloo, also known as the Cherokee Devil, is a legendary figure in Cherokee mythology who plays the role of the Great Lord of the Game and as such is often used in hunting rites and rituals. In the same world, it is a legendary cryptid. He is called the Great Hunter and is held in high esteem and respect by hunters. He appeared in the Secret Saturdays and was the one who caused Doc to lose his eye and turn his hair gray. Also, it was Sulkaloo who gave the Saturdays an artifact in the form of a Thunderbird claw, which Zack later used as his weapon and concentrator to help him control Kor's abilities. But, like I said, in my universe, Doc never lost his eye, and Zack never got the claw, and it looks like I found the answer to why that happened. Apparently, the Forever Knights were able to catch the Great Hunter a few years ago, and he never met the Saturdays. And this is actually very bad, because Sulkaloo played a significant role in Zack's victory over Arghost, not to mention the usefulness of the claw itself, which Zack used throughout the story. It's good that I still found the cryptid, although of course it was not without my great luck. I love my tattoo. Frankly, I feel sorry for the poor creature that the Knights experimented on for several years. Nobody deserves such a fate. Especially if it is a reasonable cryptid, with nobility and principles that many people would envy. Do you know what this creature is? Lee asked, examining the anthropomorphic panther with glowing eyes. Rawr, growled Sulkaloo. He obviously didn't like being called a creature. He is a cryptid named Sulkaloo. A legendary hunter who never misses his prey. If he sets his sights on you, sooner or later, he will come after you and you will become his trophy. I told the general information, while noticing that the hunter puffed out his chest a little with pride. He seemed to like the way I described him. And why did the Forever Knights catch him? I thought they were only interested in aliens. Lee asked thoughtfully. I'm not sure, but I've heard that Sulkaloo has a mysterious power, similar to magic, that helps him in combat, and most importantly, helps him track his prey in any part of the world. Perhaps the Knights wanted to learn this ability and use it for their own nefarious purposes. Or perhaps they wanted to use Sulkaloo himself as a hunting dog. I suggested. Rrrrrr, the hunter growled angrily, apparently thereby confirming my words. Basically, they caught him, for the same reason they want to catch me now. Lee said, clenching his fists in anger. That's right, which means that we didn't come here in vain. Step back a little, please. I said, and then turned to Sulkaloo. The hunter obeyed me and moved back into the cell, so I ripped out the cell door with telekinesis without any problems. Coming out of the cell, Sulkaloo looked at me gratefully, roared, apparently gratitude, then jumped down and ran in an unknown direction, taking the sword with which I fought in a duel. Is it okay that he left alone? Lee asked as the hunter disappeared from the prison facility. Everything will be fine, I'm sure he'll manage on his own. It is surprising that he was caught at all, given his skills. Most likely they set a trap for him, as almost happened to you. I said as I walked down the stairs. Since you say so. What did they do with him here? Lee inquired as he followed me. Chadwick researched Sulkaloo's body and abilities, but nothing came of it in the end. In addition, Sulkaloo was constantly on the rampage and would not allow himself to be tested, so after a while they stopped disturbing him and simply locked him in a cage where he spent almost 6 years. They did not let him go because they were afraid that he would start hunting down members of the Order and exterminate them all. Needless to say, they were afraid not in vain. Now I even feel a little sorry for the Knights, since soon their staff will be drastically reduced. I said with a smirk what I had seen in Sulkaloo's mind. I understand him very well, I myself would have done the same if I had been locked up for 6 years. But I wonder why the Knights didn't kill him. It is very risky to leave such an enemy alive. Lee asked. Apparently, Chadwick still wanted to subdue such a powerful cryptid, and was just waiting for the opportunity to do so. I think he was hoping to find an artifact or technology that would allow him to do this. Although, now he is worth it, he hopes that the hunter will not come for him, which is unlikely. I honestly expressed my thoughts. Understandably. Well, here we are. Now down. Lee asked. Yes. Get ready, we're in for a fight. I said seriously, turning into the Earthlord and breaking through the floor. By sheer coincidence, the prison was right under the room we needed, so we fell right into the thick of things. We were already waiting for about 250 knights armed with alien weapons, led by Dr. Chadwick himself. As soon as we landed, all the knights surrounded us and pointed their weapons at us. Lee and I stood back to back, ready at any moment to respond to a surprise attack. Shadow, I've been waiting for you. Only I didn't think you'd bring support. All the more so, said a middle-aged man coldly, with a disfigured right eye, dressed in a white lab coat. Chadwick. You will regret setting this trap for me, Lee said angrily, pointing at the said person with his dagger. I'm afraid it's you who will regret your decision to infiltrate here, even after learning of our plan. Now, you can't get out of here. And I have to thank you for bringing the Legion here. We have been interested in him and his abilities for a long time, especially after he attacked our American branch. Chadwick said calmly, looking at me with his one good eye. It looks like you are completely confident in your victory, I said, hearing Chadwick's tone. Certainly. We have been preparing for this day for a long time, and although we did not expect your presence, this will not change anything. And even the fact that you have de-energized the entire base will not help you, Chadwick boasted with superiority in his voice. Yes? And what gives you such confidence? I asked, since my interlocutor turned out to be so talkative. It looks like he can't help but brag about his plan. Typical villain. This, Chadwick said sullenly as his subordinates wheeled out a projector the size of a catapult. It appears to be their secret weapon. And what is it? I asked, rolling my eyes, realizing that the doctor wouldn't explain anything if I didn't ask. This is what will destroy the creatures like you that invade our world and act, shouted Chadwick, with an obsession in his voice and a hint of racism. Wow, he seems to really believe what he says. He really has problems with his head. The nullification projector can negate all the special abilities of the aliens, making them completely unable to resist us. So soon, we will destroy all intruders and vile half-breeds like you. And you will be the first on this list, Chadwick said with a wild look. Damn racist. Is that how? And you're sure this projector will work on us? I asked curiously, guessing what was the source of this projector's power. Certainly. It cannot be otherwise. I created this projector myself and tested it on imprisoned aliens. Now you will lose all your strength, and we will capture you without any problems. I can't wait to find out what your secret is, Legion, Chadwick said proudly, looking at me like I was a piece of fresh meat. BRRR. Kirby, Lee said softly to me, seeing Chadwick about to activate his projector. Do not worry. I have everything under control, I said in a confident tone. You went far and caused me a lot of trouble, but you were in a lose-lose situation from the start. Now, goodbye, Chadwick said with an anticipatory smirk and pressed the button, thus activating his secret weapon. The projector shone, sending a beam of bright light towards us. I felt Lee tense up, ready to run at any moment, but he still trusted me and stayed where he was. And not in vain, because after a couple of seconds, the projector began to blink, after which it simply turned off, making a bad sound. What? Why does not it work? Chadwick asked in shock as he saw that his weapon had been deactivated. Do not worry. With men your age, this often happens, I said with a smirk, while hearing a couple of chuckles from the knights. You! What did you do? Shouted Chadwick, glaring at me with fury. I did not do anything. That's all he is, I said honestly, pointing at the projector. As everyone turned to look where I pointed, they saw a normal-looking forever knight transform into a humongosaur with a flash of blue light, and destroy the nullification projector to hell. What the F asterisk asterisk K? Chadwick yelled as he watched in shock as the huge dinosaur destroyed his machine. Is he with you? Lee inquired, looking at the humongosaur, which was walking unhindered towards me. All the knights were so surprised that they didn't even try to stop him. You can say that, I said, taking a long white tentacle from my clone's hands. As I thought, Chadwick somehow managed to get the eyelash of a member of the Eraser Eye race. Chadwick was able to create a semblance of the alien's leveling abilities due to the fact that a particle of this race was in his nullification projector. Frankly, it's amazing that this psychopath was able to create such a weapon that would undoubtedly give all the aliens a lot of problems. He was unlucky that he ran into me. And also, it's good that I decided to create a clone that went ahead and infiltrated the ranks of the knights while they were all focused on us. When I heard from Lee about the alien power nullifying weapon, I decided to be as serious as possible and prepared for all the contingencies. Still, this weapon is dangerous even for me. I know this seems over the top, because while Chadwick was talking, I could destroy his projector 10 times, but paranoia is never too much. Plus, his face full of shock and disbelief when he saw his precious projector being destroyed was worth it. Was it a clone? Lee asked when he saw the humongosaur dissipate. Yes. I decided that we would not be hindered by an ally who could cause confusion in the ranks of our enemies, I said, putting the eyelash of the Eraser Eyes race into inventory. And when did you have time? Lee asked with sincere curiosity, now more relaxed, since nothing threatens us now. While you were pitting your skills against that Red Knight, I said honestly. It was also called me an excessive paranoid. Compared to him, I'm just a little prudent, Lee said softly, thinking that I wouldn't hear anything. You destroyed my projector. Attack them. Destroy. Came to his senses, shouted Chadwick, as if he were a wounded animal, giving the order to his subordinates. Before the Forever Knights could carry out the order, Sul Kalu, unnoticed by anyone, jumped out of the crowd and attacked Chadwick, who did not expect this. Slicing his long claws across Chadwick's throat, the legendary hunter dodged several shots from the doctor's bodyguards and ran towards Lee and me. Have you finished your business? I asked Hunter as he stood next to me. Rar, Sul Kalu growled affirmatively, pointing to his belt, where 2 Thunderbird claws could be seen. Looks like he was leaving for his things. GRRLL kill him! Shouted Chadwick, covering his bleeding throat. How alive he must be. This time, the knights did not hesitate and immediately attacked us. I, on the other hand, created a mana dome that protected us without any problems. Though he certainly wouldn't last too long given the number of attacks. And now what? Lee asked. We have to end this. This is taking way too long, I said, strengthening the dome so that it would not collapse. Okay, I agree. The sooner we leave, the better. But, we need to find the diadem. Lee recalled. It must be around here somewhere, I said, scanning the entire room with my X-ray vision. Found. Damn, looks like they took out the entire collection except for 3 items, I said as I spotted 3 stands at the back of the room. Chadwick said that they had been preparing for a long time, so they must have taken everything of value from here, leaving only these things as bait. Lee suggested. Most likely, it is. Okay, let's get this over with quickly. Stay here and don't come out. It will be dangerous there, I said and turned into the plague, flew out of the barrier. All the attacks of the knights did not harm me, as my body was immune to such attacks. Having created a simple flu virus that should instantly knock down all opponents, I released it along with the fog, which quickly filled the entire room, infecting the knights, and I myself flew to the trophies. After putting all 3 items in my inventory, I went back and waited for the virus to take effect. Soon, the knights began to cough and one by one fell to the ground unconscious. Due to the rise in body temperature, their bodies have switched to an energy-saving mode so as not to burn out, so now they are not our opponents. After removing the last of the virus from the air, I cancelled the transformation and released Lee and Sol Kala. "You're fast," Lee said, looking at 250 opponents defeated by a cold. Before I could answer, a mechanical voice came from the loudspeaker. "Self-destruct system activated. Time until the research facility is destroyed, 3 minutes. Your job?" I asked Sol Kala. "Rawr." The hunter growled, shaking his head in disapproval. "And who did it?" I asked myself. "It doesn't matter now." "Did you get the diadem?" Lee asked hopefully. "Yes. Here you are," he said and handed over a pitch-black diadem. "That's her. I feel connected to her," Lee said with adoration in his voice, looking at the headdress of the Umbraments. KKRH. Turning towards the eerie sound, we saw that Sol Kala had cut off Chadwick's head and then spat on his corpse. I involuntarily said, looking at this disgusting sight. "I think Sol Kala deserved revenge on his overseer," Lee said calmly. "Time to destruction of the research facility, 2 minutes. The voice came from the loudspeaker again. "Okay, now is not the time for that. Need to leave," I said, looking for a possible escape route using X-ray vision. "I will take us up through the shadow dimension," Lee said as he tossed the diadem into his shadow. "Not. We can't leave these people here. They won't be able to escape on their own," I said, pointing to the knights. "Rarara," Sol Kala snarled angrily at my words. "They are mere soldiers who do not deserve such a death," I said confidently. "Okay, so what do you suggest?" Lee asked. "Let's go down again," I said, once again breaking through the floor today. "Sewerage?" Lee asked angrily. From the looks of it, the self-destruct system should destroy the entire complex without affecting the museum upstairs and the sewers downstairs. We won't have time to go upstairs with all these people, so the only way is down. I told what I saw with my eyes, and then using telekinesis I began to send all the unconscious knights into the depths of the London sewers. Time to destruction of the research facility, 1 minute. Okay. There is still no time to argue, Lee said displeasedly and jumped into the sewage. "Rararar," growled Sol Kala, expressing his displeasure and jumped after Lee. "You did practically nothing at all, and you still complain. Shame on you," I shouted with displeasure, sending the last knights down and jumping after them. 3, 2, 1, boom. Chapter 109, 108. Mr. Hyde Formula. patrasteriskien.com/sekal11. Check out my patrasteriskien if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Things didn't go quite the way I expected, Lee said softly as he watched the collapse caused by the self-destruction of the Forever Knight's base. As I thought, the explosion engulfed the entire complex, after which the void was filled with earth, and the British Museum was not damaged. Although the push was not weak. I think the museum was still evacuated, but it's not so critical. Plans always go through one place. Most importantly, we have achieved our original goal. In doing so, we made it out unscathed and even freed Sol Kala. For me, this is a fitting end to our heist, I said flippantly, looking at the part of the sewer that had been blocked due to the collapse, which could later become a problem for the inhabitants of London, as well as at the group of Forever Knights that lay unconscious nearby. Don't forget we also destroyed the branch and killed Chadwick. Other factions of the Forever Knights will not be happy about this. Most likely, we will be declared blood enemies of the Order. The hunt will begin for us. Turning to me, Lee told me our prospects. First, someone else turned on the self-destruct function. Second, it was Sol Kala who killed Chadwick. Well, and thirdly, they were already hunting for us. At me because I robbed the American branch, and at you for your abilities. I don't see any problem that the knights will become more diligent. Sooner or later, this would have ended. Shrugging, I said. You are certainly right, but I am still unhappy that they ambushed me and wanted to enslave me. Lee said angrily, kicking the nearest innocent knight. Don't be so angry. You already have so many enemies all over the world, adding another ancient order of knights will not change anything. I expressed my opinion. Forever knights are worse than cockroaches. They have a huge number of people all over the world and they will never rest until they get to me. I thought that we would be able to get the diadem inconspicuously, and the knights would not understand that we were involved in this matter, but now they will target us personally. Lee sighed heavily. Do not worry. The Forever Knights won't care about you very soon, I promise. Hide for a while, take a vacation and relax somewhere on the beach. I advised, with a smirk on my face. Maybe you are right. Since I started my career as a thief, I have never taken a vacation. Getting lost somewhere in the Caribbean, in an island resort, sounds like a very tempting thought. Lee said thoughtfully. Well, that's good. And while you rest, I will draw the attention of the Forever Knights to myself. They won't even have time to remember you exist. With an anticipatory grin, I said. You don't have to do this. I dragged you into this story and it's my fault that it all happened. Lee said. Forget it. I'm not doing this so much for you, but because they pissed me off. I said honestly. Initially, I wanted to leave the Forever Knights alone, at least for the time being, but now that I have personally experienced the atrocities they commit, I cannot forgive myself if I leave them unpunished. I promise that from now on, the life of the leadership of the Forever Knights will become very unsweetened. It is time for the Knights to answer for their heinous deeds and remind them of the reason why their order was created. Soon, they will realize that the planet Earth does not belong to them. Are you sure you don't mind if they target you? Lee asked, interrupting my train of thought. Not. As I said earlier, given our overlapping interests, this would have ended anyway. It's okay if it happens sooner than I planned. Plus, they don't know who I am. The Knights won't be able to target my loved ones. All they know about me is my superhero persona, which won't help them much. I honestly expressed my thoughts. Well, you know what's best for you. Thank you for helping me and thank you for not abandoning me when things went wrong. Lee said sincerely, offering me a handshake. No problem. I promised to return a favor for a favor, besides, it was fun. I said sincerely, shaking Lee's hand. Rah, growled Sul Kalu, reminding him that he was still there as Lee and I unhooked our hands. My pleasure. I said, in response to gratitude for the release. At least that's how I took his previous growl. Rawr. Bowing deeply to me, Sul Kalu handed me one of his Thunderbird claws. Are you giving it to me? I asked, taking the claw. Rara. Sul Kalu growled, nodding his head. Thanks. Do you mind if I give it to my friend? This claw will help him a lot. I said, examining the trophy. R. Hunter snarled, and from what I understand, he said something along the lines of I don't mind. What are you going to do now? I asked the cryptid. Rah, growled Sul Kalu. Is that how? Well, good luck to you. If you need help, you can find me. Hardly understanding what he growled, I answered. Rawr. Sul Kalu snarled, waving his hand in farewell, and galloped off deeper into the sewers. And what did he say? Asked Lee, who silently watched me chat with my new friend. In short, he will return to his homeland and continue to hunt, as before. In doing so, he will continue to take revenge on those who imprisoned him. I said. Yes? Then I don't envy the Knights, especially when remember how ended up with Chadwick. but it will give them additional problems and help you. And me, in general, too. Lee expressed his opinion. Right. So, now that you have the diadem in your hands, do you mind if I take it to my magic specialist? I asked. No, you can borrow it. Still, without your help, today everything would have ended very badly. Thanks again. Lee said, handing me his inheritance, which he pulled from his own shadow. Please. Don't worry, I'll get it back safe and sound. I said, putting the headgear into inventory. Since we're done here, it's time for us to split up. But first, do you still need my help finding information in the underworld? Lee asked. Yes. Your information may be useful to me in the future. Besides, I wanted to ask you to find out about one person. And who are you interested in? Lee asked curiously. They call him Artisan. An inventor and salesman of alien weapons who showed up a few months ago and started supplying criminals with his gadgets. He is very discreet and it will take even me a while to find him. I really hope that the information you find will help me. I said. Artisan? I think I've heard about him. Don't worry, I'll run it through my channels and ask my informants. I'll contact you in a couple of days and tell you everything I find out. Lee replied thoughtfully. Thanks for the help. I said with a smile. No problems. Besides, I have to repay you for helping me. And now, goodbye. It stinks too much in here, and I want to be as far away from here as possible before the night reinforcements arrive. Lee said, gradually plunging into the shadows. See you soon. I said, waving goodbye to Lee. Before I go back to my family, I need to stop by a couple of places. Since I was so lucky to be in London, it would be a crime if I didn't take one ancient sword and an unusual serum that are so close. Opening the map, an infinity tattoo gave me a full view of the entire sewers of London, which I began to quickly check, hoping to find any inconsistencies and oddities. It took me only a few minutes to find a large closed room that had no entrance. It was only 2 kilometers from my current location. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Dr. Jekyll's secret laboratory. The same one from the story by Robert Louis Stevenson, who created the formula that led to a split personality and the creation of Mr. Hyde. In this world, Dr. Henry Jekyll was a member of the Order of the Forever Knights and was their researcher who managed to create a serum from the blood of aliens that allows to temporarily combine alien DNA with human DNA, giving the latter superhuman powers. This became the prototype of the personality and appearance of Mr. Edward Hyde. The Mr. Hyde formula appeared in one of the Omniverse episodes. Then it was used on himself by the late Dr. Chadwick, who turned into an ape-like hybrid of a human and an alien. I'm curious to explore this formula and learn its secrets. I may not need it, but it's always good to learn something new. Especially if the serum is within walking distance. Transforming into fast track, I ran towards my destination following the navigator. Through several long and smelly drains, I ended up in a wide room that used to be a subway line before it was closed. With the power of my eyes, I had no problem finding Jekyll's lab, which was located behind a secret passage marked with the sign of the Forever Knights. When I pressed the shield with the infinity symbol, the brickwork parted to the sides, as if I were opening the way not to the laboratory of a mad scientist, but to Diagon Alley. The laboratory itself was a typical chemical, possibly alchemical, cabinet of the 19th century, with all the relevant paraphernalia. Inside, one could see 3 long wooden tables on which stood chemical equipment, in the form of round flasks and beakers, as well as a large amount of rotten ingredients. Documents with formulas were scattered everywhere. It appears to be Jekyll's personal notes. Judging by the amount of dust, no one has been here for 2 centuries. I wonder why Jekyll never shared his discovery with the Forever Knights. Doubt their methods? At the very least, the fact that he had a separate secret laboratory indicates that he did not trust his comrades too much. Entering a long room, after illuminating it with a phone flashlight, I soon found 6 vials with a purple liquid, which were in a wooden holder for flasks. A little to the side, on the table lay the 7th flask. And here is the Mr. Hyde formula. Immediately putting all the vessels with the formula in my spatial storage, I took all the papers and books that were here, after which I destroyed the entire laboratory with the help of Lava Lizard's abilities. Its lava easily dissolved everything that was here, leaving no trace. I don't want there to be even a chance that the knights can recreate the formula. After making sure that everything was completely destroyed, I went out and closed the secret passage. Now it's just an empty room with solidified lava, and whoever searches for Dr. Jekyll's invention, nothing shines for him. So, I'm done here. Now I just have to find the cemetery where Michael Faraday and Karl Marx are buried. To find the legendary sword, I need to get 2 eyepieces that are hidden in an empty grave, which is located in the same cemetery. These signs are the only thing I remember from the series where they were looking for a sword. Well, at least something. A quick search on the internet showed me that Marx was buried in Highgate Cemetery, which is located, as you might guess, in the village of Highgate, in the north of Greater London, which is 6.5 kilometers from where I was now. Having turned into a big chill, I immediately flew up, passing through the ceiling, and then headed towards the cemetery. To be honest, even though my mask had an air purifying system so I didn't have to inhale the nasty sewer smell, it didn't mean I enjoyed being there. I'm glad I can finally get back into the fresh air. By the way, when I was on the surface, I noticed a large number of police and firefighters who crowded around the British Museum. Looks like they're investigating what caused the quake. Still, I wonder what happened to those knights that Lee and I knocked out, and also who exactly turned on the self-destruct system. But I don't seem to know about it anymore. With similar thoughts, I quickly covered 6 kilometers and ended up in the sky above a very beautiful, and at the same time gloomy cemetery. Which time, thanks to X-ray vision, I quickly found an empty grave, which was located between 2 graves. On the tombstones, which were written by Bartleby Hall and Eunice Wall. Apparently, this was necessary to solve the riddle, without which I did. Going down to the grave, on which the symbol of the Forever Knights was depicted, I put my hand inside and, feeling for 2 metal objects, calmly pulled them out. There was even no looting and opening of the grave. The Winchester's family would be jealous. Having examined the ancient eyepieces, I noticed a simple riddle inscribed on them in Latin, which acted as an instruction for finding the island of Avalon, which acts as the repository of Excalibur, Graham, Hrunting, or as soon as this sword was not yet called. In this world, both King Arthur and Sigurd and Beowulf used the same sword, which I now want to find. I wonder what special powers he has. Unfortunately, reality again interfered with my plans. According to the instructions, 1 eyepiece must be placed on the clock tower of the Palace of Westminster, also known as Big Ben, or Elizabeth Tower, although in this world, it has not yet been renamed, since it is only 2010, and the second eyepiece must be placed on the southwest corner of the Palace of Westminster, atop the Victoria Tower. If you place them in these 2 locations at exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, on a full moon, then the light of the moon will illuminate the eyepieces, and rays will appear from them, which will open the way to the casemate, located at the bottom of the River Thames. This is where Excalibur has been kept since it was last used in the war against Napoleon Bonaparte, who, by the way, was not from Earth. I don't know why the Forever Knights hid their weapons, but I'm better off. But, as I said, this will only work on the evening of a full moon, and with a cloudless sky. And the next full moon is only on July 26th, that is, in a week. At the moment, it's not in my power to change the phase of the moon, so I'll have to wait. Well, it's okay, there's no urgent need right now, so I'll put off the search. It is time for me to return to my family, otherwise I have been absent for too long. I wonder how their journey went. I hope I didn't miss anything interesting. Chapter 110, 109. Holiday Village. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Gwen POV. 6 hours ago. Then don't be bored and take care of yourself. Oh yeah, don't forget to feed Nebula. Lex said as he got off the bus. Have fun there. Ashley said as she waved goodbye to Lex. As soon as Lex closed the RV door, I glared at Ashley and said, "What are you doing?" We agreed not to talk to him. "Oh, sorry, Gwen. I forgot," Ashley said shyly as she sat down across from me. "Are you not mad at him anymore?" I asked suspiciously. Since yesterday, I noticed that Ashley has changed a bit and now looks at Lex differently. It looks like something happened between them until I saw it. Looking into my eyes, and apparently understanding my thoughts, Ashley sighed heavily and sincerely said, "PFF. To be honest, something happened yesterday." I knew it. Something happened between you. Confident in my own right, I said. Yes. In fact, we were gone for 2 days. Ashley said. What? How is this possible? I asked in surprise. We traveled through time. Ashley said seriously. Without a moment's doubt that what Ashley had said was true, given everything we'd seen over the past 2 months, I leaned over to Ashley and demanded, "Tell me more. Do you remember Lex talking about how he got outside the universe and met our alternate versions there?" Yes. He also told us how different they are from us. I answered instantly. Right. In short, that Gwen, only from the future, when she was 30 years old, called Lex for help and I accidentally went with him. Ashley replied. Using the Time Axis travel spell from the Arcamata book? I asked, considering my friend's answer. Yes. Ben, from that time, had serious personal problems and Gwendolyn decided to call for help the one who understands him best. Namely, a 10-year-old version of Ben, who by that time already owned the Omnitrix. Did she also summon Lex? I asked, considering Ashley's words. Yes. Gwendolyn wasn't sure the spell would reach Lex, but she took a chance and it worked out in the end. And as you can imagine, I went with Lex. Something happened between you. I said, frowning. Yes. Ashley said with a nod of her head, and then added, we spoke frankly and made up. Is it that simple? Do you understand that he betrayed us? I asked with anger, only quietly so that Grandpa Max wouldn't hear me. Understand. But he's not to blame for what happened. In addition, he sincerely repents of his mistake. Plus, I even got mad at him especially. Ashley insisted. But how can you not be angry with him? He cheated on us with that bitch, he also married her. And instead of confessing everything at once, he was silent, like a coward. As a result, he did not even have the courage to tell everything. Charmcaster did it for him. I slammed my fist on the table. Girls, are you all right there? Asked Grandpa Max, who was now driving. It's all right, Grandpa. Never mind, we're just talking. I said quickly. It was not enough for Grandfather to know about the drama unfolding here. You're right about everything, of course, but Lex deserves forgiveness. He does so much for us, helps us, protects, teaches and so on. He is not a perfect person, and he also makes mistakes, but at the same time he tries for us. He deserves a little indulgence. Moreover, he is the best of all whom I know. When I started dating him, I knew that I would not be the only one, but I was ready to share, because his pluses outweigh all his few minuses. Ashley said softly. But, I wanted to protest, but I didn't have anything to say. Gwen, look, I know Lex was wrong, but he doesn't deserve to be treated like this by us. As soon as he screwed up, you immediately forgot about all the good things that he did and began to see only the bad. This is very ugly and selfish. Ashley said sternly, looking into my eyes. I tried to say something, but after considering Ashley's words again, I sighed heavily and calmly said, You're right. Of course you're right. Lex is practically the perfect guy, and I love him so much that I was willing to put up with his harem obsession. But I didn't think he would find another girl so quickly. Are you against me dating Lex? Ashley asked with a frown. Of course not. I'm glad you came into our lives. You are my closest friend, practically a sister, and I love you. I'm really glad you're the one dating Lex. But, I said quickly, expressing my true feelings. But, Ashley said. But, I didn't think that bitch would show up and ruin everything. We were doing so well, and then this destined by magic appeared and climbed ahead of the line. I was supposed to be Lex's first. I'd been waiting for this for several years. I said angrily. You do realize that things could be a lot worse, don't you? Ashley asked with a smile. Of course I understand. Lex, although a male, is at least decent and he does not use girls, but begins a serious relationship. With his good looks and charisma, Lex could change girls like gloves and no one would say anything. Lowering my head, I said. Then why are you angry when you know it's not so bad? Ashley asked. I do not know. True, I don't know. I thought I was ready for others to show up, but I still got hurt when the Charmcaster showed up. I said honestly. Hope is a good girl. Honestly, I like this, as you say, bitch. Ashley said with a grin. Yes, I know. I think we can even get along. But I need time to get used to all this. I love Lex and I'm not going to part with him for anything, but for now our relationship should be put on pause. Although, like you said, he doesn't deserve to be treated so coldly, so when he gets back, I'll talk to him and apologize for my behavior. I said. It is right. Nodding her head, Ashley said, after which she asked with a grin, do you want me to tell you what the world of the future was like? Yes, tell me everything. I said with a smile. For the next hour, Ashley talked about everything that had happened during their journey. I especially enjoyed listening to how cool Gwendolyn was. I knew that I would achieve a lot in my life. And it looks like there's something Lex didn't tell us about his battle against the egregor. When Ashley had fully explained everything, I couldn't help but ask, so you've had sex? Yes. Ashley blushed a little. It's clear. Are not you angry? Ashley asked incredulously. I'm not angry, rather, I envy, and I myself don't know why, because I myself decided to put our relationship on pause. Do not pay attention. I said honestly, not understanding my own feelings. I thought you'd be unhappy. It's already too late anyway. Besides, you're better than the Charmcaster. But please, you can refrain from showing your feelings in front of me until I'm ready to make amends with him. I asked, knowing how selfish my request was. I do not mind. I know how hard it is for you, so I will support you in any way I can. Ashley said sincerely, squeezing my hand. Thanks. Really, thanks. I know that my behavior is illogical and selfish. My feelings are in a mess, and I myself do not understand what I want. Why is everything so difficult? That is life. But it will get better, I'm sure. Ashley said as she sat down next to me, giving me a little hug. I really hope that it will be so. I said, hugging my friend back. Girls, there's something wrong here, shouted Grandpa Max, interrupting our sensual moment. What's happened? Ashley broke off our hug. Look, said Grandpa, pointing to the view outside the window. There you could see a deserted road, reminiscent of Death Valley, which is not very consistent with the East Coast, where we were now. How did we get here? I asked, surveying our surroundings. I do not know. We calmly drove along the usual road, and then we instantly found ourselves here. I didn't even have time to blink, as the forest turned into this desert. Grandpa said with a frown. According to the map, we are driving along the same road, on the way to Massachusetts. Ashley said as she checked the map on her laptop, which she had rebuilt and seemingly improved. Could this be some sort of illusion? I suggested. Then why is it so hot in here? Grandfather asked, pointing to the rising temperature of the environment, as if we really were in the desert. Before I could say anything, the engine of our RV let out a death rattle and stalled. After driving by inertia for a few more meters, our bus stopped in the middle of this deserted road. Only Tumbleweed is missing, for the entourage. Ah, here it is. I don't like this, Grandfather said displeasedly, getting up from his seat and getting off the bus. When we all went outside, we immediately noticed a lonely gate that stood in the middle of the desert 100 meters from us. Next to them were two giant nutcrackers that seemed to act as gatekeepers. We are being lured there, Ashley said quietly, looking at the most suspicious gate. Let's go. There is no point in just standing here. We need to figure out what's going on here, Grandfather said seriously, and went to the gate. Can we wait for Lex? Ashley suggested. He's busy with his own business. You shouldn't distract him. Plus, we can figure things out on our own. It's not just that you've been training so hard, right? Grandfather said with a confident smile. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt for us to be a little independent, I said thoughtfully. You're right, we can't rely on Lex all the time, Ashley said excitedly. The right attitude, said Grandfather, just as we approached the wooden doors, from which a cold wind blew, not at all in keeping with the surroundings. Grandpa pushed the door, and when we went inside, we saw a snowy landscape, as well as a small European city with Christmas paraphernalia. It looks like it's some kind of separate dimension. I felt that we had overcome some kind of barrier separating this place from the real world, I said. And it looks like Christmas is here. Grandfather pointed out the obvious. Maybe this is the village of Santa Claus? Well, real? Ashley asked with a smile. No, it can't be. Why would Santa's village be in the middle of the desert? Moreover, I know the real Santa Claus and he lives on Neptune, Grandpa said. What? Grandpa, do you know Santa? I asked in shock. Yes, but it doesn't matter now. Let's see what city it is, said Grandfather, and went to the city. You just have to tell us this story someday, Ashley said enthusiastically and ran after her grandfather. Grandpa, what do you think this place is? I asked as I caught up with them. I do not know. I would have thought it was some kind of theme park holiday, but how we got here is too suspicious. Not to mention those doors in the middle of the desert, which seem to lead nowhere, and behind them a separate dimension. It's like some kind of trap. Besides, as soon as we got here, I can't help but feel like I'm being watched. Grandpa replied with a frown. This snow is real, Ashley said, taking a handful of snow and making a snowball out of it, which she threw somewhere to the side. What a strange place, I involuntarily said. Is that an elf? Ashley asked when we got to town, pointing to a little man with big eyes and pointy ears who was running across the street. Here's another, I said, noticing a few more little people who were running through the streets a little to the side. They don't seem to be aggressive, Grandpa said as he watched the elves decorate the Christmas tree not far from here. Maybe we should split up and explore the city? Ashley suggested. Okay. Then you go in that direction, and I will go in the opposite direction. Be on the alert, and if something happens, call me right away. Also, refrain from eating local food. You never know what could be added. Okay, Grandpa. We'll be careful, I said, and Ashley nodded in confirmation of my words. Good luck, said Grandpa, and left to explore the city. Where shall we go? Ashley asked. Let's go closer to the Christmas tree. Maybe we can talk to the elves and ask them about this place, I suggested. Okay, Ashley said, and we went to the coniferous tree, which was almost decorated. Just as we got closer, a sleigh pulled by reindeer passed by. There were gifts in the sleigh, which the elves quickly laid out under the spruce. Finally, another sleigh arrived, already without a harness, on which there was a Christmas star, which the elves immediately hoisted to the top. When the elves finished their work, I thought this was a good chance to question them, so I turned to the nearest one. Sorry. But instead of any reaction, I received complete disregard from the elves. They quickly got into their sleigh and left without even looking at me. They didn't pay any attention to us at all. Weird, I said, and then I noticed a heavy stomp of feet coming from behind. Nutcrackers? Ashley asked as she saw a troop of giant, armed nutcrackers approaching us, with clearly malevolent intentions. I don't think they're going to sing us Christmas songs, I said as I created the magic disc. We need to find Grandpa. He could also be attacked, Ashley said as she activated the metal cover. Boom! Before I could attack the first nutcracker, I was interrupted by a terrible noise from another part of the city. Looking in that direction, I saw Grandfather's Jaeger, which increased to 10 meters, thereby breaking through the roof of one of the buildings. Dozens of nutcrackers attacked the robot, and Grandfather destroyed them one by one. You was right. Adficio potentia, I said, and used the spell to destroy all the nutcrackers at once. Let's fly faster, we need to help Grandfather, I said and flew into the air with the help of jets of flame, and flew towards the Battle of Grandpa. Ashley followed with me. Chapter 111, 110. Holiday Village 2. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Third POV. After parting with his granddaughters, Max headed to the southwest of the city, where he noticed a trail of smoke from a chimney. Moreover, it was the only building that was heated in this city, so it was logical to assume that the head of the city was located there. From what Max has already noticed, the local elves do not feel the cold and work comfortably in light clothing, so this further strengthens his previous conclusion. After walking several blocks and turning several times through narrow streets, Max found himself in front of a large building that looked more like some kind of factory. It was this building that was heated and Christmas melodies could be heard from there. It clearly a toy factory. A mountain of gifts packed and packaged in a sleigh at the entrance only confirms this guess. Someone stubbornly wants to make a city of eternal Christmas out of this place. I don't like it all, Max thought as he surveyed the suspicious building. Carefully opening the front door, Max looked inside with one eye and saw a deep pit, along the walls of which conveyor belts were laid. At the bottom of the pit was a device that created children's toys and sent them down a ribbon while about 100 elves worked hard to pack the toys. Then the wrapped gifts went along the tape, where they were stored in huge piles. The machine itself, which created the toys, looked like a strange metal structure shaped like a Christmas tree and a spaceship at the same time. Moreover, it was a very ugly mixture of genres. In my experience, a machine that looks like this can't be used for good. I'm sure the man at the head of all this clearly has bad intentions. Or, at the very least, he's not right in the head. Not the first time I've encountered this, thought the old plumber. Having examined the underground toy workshop a little more, Max noticed that there is a small balcony under the ceiling, which leads to some room with a fireplace, from which smoke comes out. I think that's exactly where I need to go. Cautiously entering inside, and quietly closing the door behind him, Max went to the ledge and moved to the stairs, which was a little to the side. It seems that in order to place this workshop here, the entire floor of the former factory had to be destroyed and dug 24 meters down. I'm lucky, as I accidentally found an entrance that no longer makes sense to use, so I can sneak down inside. Max mused as he walked down the stairs. After reaching the bottom of the pit, Max used the mountains of gifts as cover and watched the balcony. I need to get there somehow and find out what's really going on here. I'm glad you made it here on your own. You have no idea how long we all have been waiting for you. Suddenly there was a cheerful voice behind Max, who scared the hell out of him. Turning sharply back, Max saw a short old man with a gray beard, similar to the rest of the elves. But it was clear that he was not an ordinary elf, since his clothes were more luxurious than those of the others, and also his eyes had a normal look, in contrast to the beady eyes of elves. Plus, he was taller than everyone else. Are you the owner of this place? Max asked warily, remaining alert. Yes, I created this beautiful holiday village. Greetings, my name is Mr. Jingles and I'm glad that we were finally able to meet Mr. Claus. With a huge smile, Mr. Jingles said, shaking Max's hand, which he himself snatched. Mr. Claus? What are you talking about? Taking his hand, asked Max, starting to carefully move back. Oh, don't worry, I know who you are, don't be shy. Can I just call you Santa? With an unhealthy gleam in his eyes, said Jingles, approaching Max. You must be confusing me with someone else. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Max said quickly, trying to get to the exit, but two giant nutcrackers blocked his way. Looks like I can't get out without a fight, Max thought when he saw the nutcrackers. Oh no, Mr. Claus, you can't leave. And what about the children around the world waiting for their Christmas gifts? You must fulfill your purpose, said Mr. Jingles, taking a remote control out of his pocket. At the same time, two 3-meter teddy bears appeared behind him. Maybe it really was worth waiting for Lex to come back? Max thought ruefully. It's July, Max said seriously, discreetly pulling Lex's gift from his magic bag. It's always Christmas in this city, Jingles categorically shouted, and then added, and you must deliver all these gifts. When Jingles pressed a button on his remote, Santa's throne appeared behind Max, having a strong pulling effect that tried to get him to sit on it. This clearly did not bode well. Luckily, before Max sat down, an energy shield appeared from his belt, destroying the throne itself and protecting Max from Jingles' subordinates. I'll have to thank Lex again for that belt, Max thought, remembering his grandson, whom he now really missed. What is it? Get him out of there. Seeing that the throne had been destroyed, Jingles screamed hysterically and gave orders to his pawns. Not today, shouted Max, dodging the nutcracker and the bear. Time to test the Jaeger in the battle. Throwing the figurine on the ground, Max quickly took out the keychain and activated the increase system. When the Jaeger appeared in his 4-meter incarnation, the AI of the robot took control and destroyed the guards who ran after Max, who turned out to be ordinary robots. Climbing up the arm of the robot, which the AI lowered specifically for Max, he got into the cockpit and took control. No! You cannot go. Santa is necessary for this city. Catch him. The angry cry of the once friendly Jingles was heard, who sent 24 robots at Max that looked like toys. Knowing full well that this was not the right place to fight the robots, especially considering the elves who were there, who were clearly only innocent bystanders, Max destroyed a couple of nearby robots and jumped to the balcony, which could lead him to the exit from here. In one jump, Max reached the railing, which he pulled himself up to, quickly climbing into a room that looked like an old library. Heck! It was the wrong decision, Max swore when he noticed that there were about 100 robots from Jingles' army in this library. You will never get out of here, Mr. Claus. Just give up and complete your mission, came the calm voice of Mr. Jingles, who miraculously found himself behind his army. I didn't want to do this, but it looks like I don't have a choice. Take care of your head, Max shouted, and then turned on the Jaeger's increase function and increased to 10 meters, thereby breaking through the ceiling of the building. Unfortunately, before Max could get out of the building, nutcrackers jumped onto his robot's feet, restraining Max and preventing her from jumping out. Other robots began climbing Jaeger's legs to pull Max out of the cockpit. At the same time, the robots themselves miraculously became stronger and ceased to be as fragile as before. It seems to be related to the remote that Jingles was holding, Max thought, fighting off the invasion of toys. When Max threw the nutcrackers off his feet and was about to destroy a few more robots, he heard a voice from the sky, Grandpa. It was Gwen, who flew in with the help of her flame, and with her help she began to destroy the robots that wanted to climb onto the roof. Gwen! Are you okay? Max shouted as he trampled on the blue bear robot. We're all right. What happened here? Shouted Ashley, who flew up, began to pour electricity on other robots, which for some reason did not become less, no matter how much destroy them. The head of the city seems to be very obsessed with Christmas. He thinks I'm Santa and wants to make me deliver gifts," Max said quickly, tearing the Nutcracker robot to pieces. After all, real weapons are really lacking, Max involuntarily thought. But it's July. Gwen yelled as she sent the magic discs to attack. I said so, but it didn't seem to convince him. Plus, there's a hell of a lot going on here, said Max, recalling all the oddities that he noticed earlier. It's all Jingalator. Instead of the voice of his granddaughter, Max heard a squeaky voice belonging to one of the elves, who managed to climb onto the Jaeger's shoulder. What do you mean? Max asked, thinking at the same time, finally, there's some way to get some information. This is the machine that produces gifts. It's called the Jingalator. Mr. Jingles uses it to control the city and turn it into a village of eternal Christmas. It's the Jingalator that makes me look like an elf, the elf said quickly, when Max covered him with his arms to protect him from the attacks of the robots. So you're not a real elf? Gwen asked, landing on Jaeger's other shoulder. No, I'm just a normal boy. Like everyone else, as soon as I got to this city, I gradually began to turn into an elf, after which Mr. Jingles made me wrap gifts all day long. I don't even remember how long I've been here. I really miss my parents. Starting to cry, the little elf continued the story. So the source of all the oddities in this city is this Jingalator? Max asked, trampling on several robots that were finally starting to run out. This is true. Please destroy this infernal machine. Release us from this curse, shouted the brave elf. Ashley. Max turned to his adopted granddaughter, because her abilities are best suited to destroy the magic machine. I realized. The girl shouted, flying into the building and heading towards the Jingalator. No! If you destroy the Jingalator, then the children will not be able to receive their gifts. Without toys, Christmas will be sad and everyone will cry. Came the voice of Mr. Jingles, who had sent most of the toy army to stop Ashley. The main thing in Christmas is not gifts, but the feelings with which you present them, Max shouted, unable to bear the stupidity of Jiggles. But, how? Jingles said in a stunned voice, having sent Max. You subjugated ordinary children and forced them to give gifts that are essentially meaningless, because there are no feelings in all this, but only your deranged obsession, Max added, destroying the last robot nearby. Boom boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. A series of explosions were heard from below, signaling the destruction of the Jingalator and the end of this battle. Once the Wonder Machine was destroyed, all the robot toys that attacked Max and Gwen stopped moving. After making sure it was over, Max reduced Jaeger to his standard size of 4 meters. Well, how? Max opened the cockpit and asked Ashley, who returned holding a small cube of metal. All perfectly. The Jingalator worked on a strange glowing star. I thought Lex would be interested in her, so I took her and destroyed everything else, Ashley said, pointing to the cube. Ashley is right here. I think Lex will be interested to know how this star was able to change the whole city and turn children into an elf. Even to me it seems unbelievable, although I have seen a lot, Max thought after listening to Ashley. So it was pointless, Jingles said ruefully. You had good intentions, but you chose the wrong method, Max said sternly, getting out of the Jaeger. You are right, said Mr. Jingles, looking at his factory and the elves. Thank you for freeing us, said the little elf who helped our heroes. We were happy to help, Gwen said with a smile. It was pretty fun destroying all those toys, Ashley replied with a satisfied smile. Looks like it's coming back, Max said, noticing how ripples passed through space. After shrinking the Jaeger, Max returned it to his bag. Before they could blink, they were all on the street, in the center of an ordinary town, with European architecture, but at the same time having all the benefits of civilization. Happy people walked the streets, snow guns were everywhere, and Christmas paraphernalia could be seen everywhere, which was obviously fake, unlike what was before. Everything is back to normal, Ashley said as she looked around the city. Yes, it seems that the dimension is gone and we are in the real world. And there is a real city here. And look, we're not in the desert anymore, Gwen said, pointing to a forest that could be seen outside the city. Look, Max said, drawing the attention of the girls to the sculpture of a familiar person. Holiday Village. Founded by Thomas Jingles in 1928. What is important is not the gift, but the feelings with which we present it. Ashley read aloud the sign under Mr. Jingles' monument. Looks like he's learned his lesson, Max thought, glad that it ended like this. 1928? Gwen asked, shocked. Looks like that place was not only in a separate dimension, it was also stuck in time, Max suggested. Grandpa, look. Does that old man remind you of anyone? Ashley asked, pointing at the old man, accompanied by his grandchildren. Is this the elf who helped us? Gwen asked, looking at Elsgood, as his grandchildren called him. Even after it's over, things don't get any less weird, Max complained. How are you? Lex said, out of nowhere, eating a caramelized apple. Lex, you're back, Ashley exclaimed with a smile. Looks like their relationship has improved. What cannot be said about the relationship with Gwen? Max thought with a smile as he watched his grandchildren interact. Yes, I'm done with everything. So, did anything interesting happen while I was away? Lex asked with a smile, pulling out an apple for each of them. You wouldn't believe it, Ashley immediately began bragging about her past adventure. How glad I am that we went on this summer trip. It's nice to see my beloved grandchildren grow into wonderful people, Max involuntarily thought, biting off an apple. Chapter 112, 111. Familiar. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Lex POV. So, thanks to the power of this star, Mr. Jingles was able to create his own pocket universe frozen in time? A world where the greatest dream of his life came true? And where, in fact, could he change reality? I asked after listening to Ashley's story. Apparently, it is, Grandpa replied. It's amazing, to put it mildly, I said, taking the metal cube with the star inside from Ashley's hand and placing it in my inventory. Be sure to explore this unknown artifact and find out all its possibilities. Already from what I knew, this star would be very useful to me. Still, it's not every day that you come across a device that can change reality, even if it's limited. I even have an idea where and why to adapt the star. Here you are right. So, how was your adventure? Ashley asked as we walked towards the RV. Everything did not go according to plan, but in the end, we achieved our goal, I said, and then began to tell in more detail what had happened over the past few hours. After making sure I couldn't get Excalibur, I immediately moved back to the USA and quickly found Grandfather's bus thanks to a bug I left there a long time ago. Initially, I wanted to visit Hope to give her the Uberment diadema and 2 other artifacts that I confiscated from the Forever Knights for research, but after some thought, I decided that I could wait until tomorrow. After all, we will meet with Hope anyway in Salem. At the same time, I will find out if Hope found what I asked her. In addition, I had a premonition that my family was in trouble, and I wanted to quickly make sure that everything was all right with them. Who would have thought that while I was gone, they would stumble upon the holiday village and figure everything out on their own? I did not expect this, but I am glad that my training and gifts were useful. It's good, after all, that I was convinced that the girls and grandfather are not helpless without me. But still, I took a minute to drop into the cave and send the Mr. Hyde formula to the analyzer to find out its composition and properties. In the end, you destroyed the London branch of the Forever Knights? Grandfather asked when I finished my story. We did not do this, But this is the result of our invasion, yes," I said as I opened the RV door. Of course, I left out some of the nasty details from my story, like killing Chadwick in front of me, and the fact that I didn't even try to stop Sul Kalu from doing it, although I had the opportunity to do so. Others shouldn't know about it. I want to protect girls from such cruelty of the world as long as possible. But I didn't say anything to Max, because I don't want him to think worse of me. "I don't even know what to say about this," Max said with a sigh, following me inside the bus. "Grandpa, Lex freed a good cryptid from imprisonment and saved a friend from the possibility of being enslaved. I think he did everything right," Ashley said, coming to my side. "Honestly, I think so too," Gwen said softly. Looking at Gwen with a bit of surprise, I noticed that she stopped looking at me with such coldness and seemed to even start talking. It seems that Ashley has some merit in this, and while I was away, they managed to have a heart-to-heart talk. Finally, everything got off the ground. "Well done, Ashley." "Yes, I know. I'm just worried that you constantly get into some dangerous adventures," Grandpa said to me as he got behind the wheel of the bus. "Ever since I found the Omnitrix, we knew from the beginning that this would happen all the time. Especially since the battle with Vilgax was much more dangerous than this invasion," I said, sitting down next to him and taking Nebula, who was still asleep, in my arms. She didn't even seem to notice my absence. "I know it's stupid of me to worry about this after everything we've been through, but then we were together and I could look after you," Max said displeasedly when we hit the road. "I understand your feelings, Grandpa, but you will have to come to terms with it. There's nothing to be done here. Now this is our life," I said with a sigh. "Phew. I know. Never mind, it's just my parenting quirks. Better tell me what it was about time travel?" Max asked, looking at me and Ashley. "Did you hear me tell Gwen about this?" Ashley asked in surprise. "You had a private conversation, so I didn't eavesdrop. But still, I managed to hear that you and Lex went to the future while Gwen and I didn't see," Grandpa replied. "Well, so it was," Ashley said, and seeing my nod of approval, she began to talk about our 9-chapter adventure. I only sometimes supplemented the story of the girl, but basically, she told the whole truth. Again, missing a couple of juicy details that Max should not have known. "So that journey outside the universe was much more dangerous than you originally said?" Gwen asked. "Very little. But it wasn't as critical as you think. I shamelessly lied so that they would not worry." "And you went to fight a crazy mutant with a force of 11,000 aliens?" Grandpa asked. "Only 1 foot 100 inches. It's not as much as it seems," I said with a weak smile, looking at the displeased faces of Gwen and Grandpa. At the same time, Ashley did not share their fears at all, but on the contrary, she thought that I was very cool. "Thank you at least for this. You single-handedly went out to fight the genetically modified Vilgax, who is dozens of times stronger than ours, and who caused problems even for a guy with 10,000 available aliens in his Omnitrix?" Gwen asked again. This time, I didn't even have time to answer, as a very dissatisfied Max again took the floor. "And you already dealt with that ectoneurite who tried to capture Ben's body in Omnitrix, without even saying a word about it?" Hey he he. "Yes," I said awkwardly, laughing. "We'll start now. And after all this, you don't want me to worry about what might happen to you while you go away and get into such trouble?" With a raised voice, asked a very angry Max. "Have you even thought about what might happen if you don't deal with that ghost? Why didn't you tell us anything? You could be in the same position as Ben." Showing that she and Max are real relatives, Gwen shouted with displeasure, using exactly the same tone. Before I could even get a word in and say anything, they began to show dissatisfaction with my behavior and scold me. Gwen especially tried to do this. Although Grandfather did not lag behind her and agreed with her in everything. While I had to endure the moralizing of my relatives, Ashley watched this with interest, while eating popcorn who had taken it from nowhere. Nebula could not be counted on either, as she continued to sleep. Traitors. After half an hour of swearing and screaming, I was released to think about my wrong behavior and regret what I had done. To be honest, I already thought it would never end. In order not to attract the attention of the still furious Gwen and Grandpa, I hid in the back of the bus and continued to read the Spellbinder's grimoire. And this is not a cowardly escape, but a tactical retreat, understand? By the time it was already dark and we had almost reached the suburb of Boston, which we need to pass to get to Salem, I read several hundred pages of the grimoire, and finally found a ritual that interested me. It was a bonding ritual that allowed you to form a bond with a chosen animal to make it your familiar. How can I consider myself a true magician if I don't even have a familiar? It is imperative to correct this misunderstanding, especially since I already have a candidate for familiars, and at the same time very attached to me, without any ritual. Nebula, do you want to get even closer to me? To stay together forever? I asked the blue tiger cub that was lying next to me. Raising her head, Nebula looked at me for a few seconds with her very intelligent eyes, and then nodded, uttering a quiet meow. That's good, I said with a smile, sitting up straight. The ritual itself not only creates a bond between us so that we can feel each other, no matter how far away, it will also allow me to understand Nebula's thoughts so that I don't even have to create a cat translator. And most importantly, Nebula's life expectancy will increase. In fact, she will live as long as I do. And since I plan to live a very long time, Nebula will indeed forever remain by my side. In general, I'm not against it. With time, when the bond becomes stronger, Nebula will be able to awaken magical powers, and perhaps even be able to use my anodite powers. Plus, she can teleport to me whenever she wants. However, in all this, there is also an unpredictable element. Do not forget that Nebula is not an ordinary animal, but a cryptid with the ability to manipulate probability. The unpredictable element is also my peculiarities. There is even a chance Nebula will be affected by my serum as well. In the end, no one knows how it all will turn out. The main thing is that it will not harm the tigress, but will only help her, so I can safely use the ritual. There is no risk in this, and I cannot be afraid. Moreover, I received permission from Nebula herself, which will only strengthen the ritual itself. So, Blue Tigress Nebula, do you agree to accept an eternal bond with me, Alexander Tennyson, the magician and anodite? Activating my magical energy, I asked while creating a vessel and a knife at the same time. Meow. The tigress meowed affirmatively. Then, to bind us forever, as a sacrifice, I will use our blood, I said, and then poured some of my own blood into the vessel. It will hurt a little, I said, carefully cutting the tigress's paw and adding a few drops of her blood to the bowl. Seeing that little Nebula bravely endured the test, and did not even flinch, I continued to speak, gradually mixing our blood, adding my mana to it. May magic itself be our witness. Nebula Elizabeth Tennyson, you will be my faithful familiar and will support me until the end of my days. I, in turn, promise to answer you the same. Agree? Meow. The tigress meowed loudly, activating the power of the ritual. The blood in the vessel began to glow brightly and I said, I accept this connection. Legans add familiars. After my words, there was a blue flash of light that blinded us for a second. When the light disappeared, the blood from the bowl flew into the air, and, splitting into 2 drops, flew towards me and Nebula. It needs to drink, I said and swallowed my portion of blood, which tasted like chocolate. Nebula also drank her portion without any problem. After that, we both lit up for a few seconds, and a thin magic chain appeared between us, which connected our hearts. The disappearance of the chain marked the end of the ritual. Now, we are connected and I don't think anything can change that. Are you okay? I asked Nebula, examining her. I did not notice any external changes, so everything should be in order. Meow. Nebula meowed, showing her paw, which still had a wound. I'll heal now, I said and turned into Dr. Fatty. With the help of his healing powers, I healed my familiar without any problems. True, I did not take into account one problem. Dr. Fatty weighs at least a ton, so I caused the RV's rear suspension to drop to the ground and scratched the rear bumper a bit. Ouch. What's going on here? Gwen asked as she appeared, pulling back the curtain behind which I was hiding. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I said calmly, in the form of a man, having already managed to use the spell to repair the floor that had caved in because of me and the damaged bumper. What is this chain? Gwen asked, noticing Nebula and me bonding. It seems that although the chain is no longer visible, other magician, and perhaps only Anodites, I'm not sure, can notice its outline. I'll tell you later. Is there anything new? I asked, changing the subject. I know Gwen very well, and when she learns about the bending ritual, she will definitely want to find herself a familiar. I don't feel like looking for an animal that Gwen will like and want to bond with right now. Let's leave that for another time. In general, yes. The news was about an earthquake under the British Museum. Is it because of you? Gwen replied. How many times I say, it was not me who destroyed the base of the Forever Knights. But yes, due to the self-destruction of the complex, an earthquake occurred. I said with displeasure, getting up from my seat, and Nebula went back to sleep. Anyway, the news said it was random seismic activity. Gwen said. Is that how? It's good. The main thing is not to blame me for this. And then these knights can do something else. Anything else? Yes, this is the most interesting. They showed a whole report about the mystic and rogue, assistants of the Legion. Gwen said with a smile. And how? Do you like it? Or would you prefer to remain a fire witch? I asked with a smile. Looks like my idea worked. No way. Mystic suits me very well. Gwen said quickly, and then added more quietly, and I'm sorry for acting like this the last couple of days. Nothing, I understand everything. So, have you forgiven me? I asked hopefully. Not. I'm still dissatisfied with you. But, now I understand that I behaved very ugly and you did not deserve this. But this does not mean that everything will be the same as before. I need time. Gwen said honestly. Is that how? This is at least some progress. You do not mind? Maybe you want to break up with me? Gwen asked seriously, looking into my eyes. No, I don't, and never have. I will give you as much time as you need. I said sincerely. Thanks. Gwen said with a smile, and already wanted to kiss me, but at the last moment she changed her mind and went to Ashley. As I watched the girl leave, I thought, this is going even better than I thought. It remains only to wait. We're due to arrive in a few hours, so I went back to bed, lay down next to Nebula, and dozed off for a bit. Today was a very busy day. Chapter 113, 112. History of Magic. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 20, 2010. We arrived in Salem just before midnight. So, having found a place where we could leave the RV, we immediately went to sleep in the nearest hotel. Oddly enough, today I woke up quite late, almost at 8 in the morning. It hasn't been like this for a long time. Good morning. Grandpa greeted me when I got out of the bath. Morning. So what's the plan for today? I asked as I fixed my hair. Like I said, there's a big Puritan fair in town. I think it will be interesting there. Max answered with a smile, drinking fresh coffee. Understandably. Do you mind if someone joins us today? I asked as I poured tea. Is this the girl that Gwen is mad at you for? Grandfather asked with a grin. KHM. Yes. Her name is Hope, she is Hex's niece and the magic teacher I was talking about. Ever since she was freed from Hex's tutelage, she had immersed herself in books, completely oblivious to the real world. I think it would be good for her to get some fresh air. Moreover, I want you to get to know each other. I answered, covering my embarrassed face with a cup. Okay, I do not mind. In any case, it would happen sooner or later. Max agreed with a smile. Thanks. Then, I'll go and fetch her from the castle. There is just time for the girls to gather, I said, quickly finishing my tea and getting up from my seat. Good luck, Grandfather finally said when I left the room. Since the hotel was located literally in the city center, I could safely walk to Hex Castle in just 5 minutes of leisurely walking. I haven't done that in a long time. I'm completely lazy with all these superpowers. Sesame, open up, I said as soon as I got to the entrance. Lex. I didn't even have time to walk 2 steps when a girl rushed towards me and kissed me on the lips. Hey. I'm glad to see you too, I said with a smile as I kissed Hope back. You decided to visit me? Hope asked, having had her fill of the kiss. It is possible, and so to say. Are you in a hurry somewhere? I asked, hugging my girlfriend. I wanted to go into town to buy ingredients for a potion. Not holding back a smile, said the girl. And what's the potion? I asked as we left the castle. Potion of translation. I finally got some progress on your request. In my uncle's bins, I was able to find some ancient torn pages, in a language unknown to me. It seems to me that in these pages I can find a way to protect the mind, Hope said as she hugged my hand. And with a potion, do you want to translate these pages? I guessed. Exactly. So, did you come here for some business? Hope asked, who this time was dressed in ordinary clothes without a witchcraft theme. It's probably not customary for wizards to wear their robes when they go shopping. It was unusual, but she still looked great. My family came to the city to visit the Puritan Fair. I thought maybe you'd like to spend the day with us? I suggested. Do you think Gwen and Ashley won't mind? The girl asked cautiously. Ashley won't mind, I'm sure. And with Gwen, I'll think of something, I answered, thinking a little. Since you think so, then I gladly accept your invitation. With a dazzling smile, said the Charmcaster. Probably, she herself was already tired of sitting in the castle without getting out. Also, I have one more request, I said carefully. Lately, I've been relying too much on her help. Don't be shy. I'll be glad to help you. It's not difficult for me. Noticing my worries, Hope instantly said, squeezing my hand tighter. You are the best, I said, kissing her on the forehead. Yes, I am. With a satisfied voice, the girl said. The bottom line is that I got 3 alien artifacts in my hands. One of them may have a magical origin. As for the rest, I'm not sure. I wanted to ask you to test them with some kind of ritual, I asked. Really? Then it's not difficult at all. All magicians have a set of rituals and spells that can be used to test artifacts of unknown origin that accidentally fell into their hands. If you want, I can teach you them later. And I need to pop into that store, Hope said, then pointed to the spice shop. I would be very grateful. And if these are not magical artifacts, but technological ones? I asked, opening the store door and letting the girl go first. The rituals, of course, will not give such a detailed answer, but still something can be learned. I think this will be useful for you too, said the girl, and then turned to the saleswoman. I came for an order in the name of Hope Evans. Just a minute, answered a rather simple-looking young woman, and immediately went into the pantry. Evans? I asked with a smile. My mother's maiden name, Hope said. Well, yes, it is unlikely that the ruler of the magic dimension has a surname. By the way, this means that Hex's full name is Gregor Evans. Ha! With you 12-foot $180. Said the returned saleswoman, carrying a large package in her hands. Thanks to. Hope replied sweetly, handing over a thick wad of money and taking the bag. Quite expensive, I involuntarily said as we left the store. This is a set of rare magical herbs and spices, and they are never cheap. In fact, that woman is a witch. To be more precise, a herbalist. She grows herbs herself and sells them to the magical inhabitants of the city. Hope replied, hiding the package in her ugly magic bag, which she nevertheless took with her. Truth? I never thought she was a witch. And how many like her live in the city? I inquired. About half of the city at least knows about magic. Hope answered as we crossed the road. Seriously? It turns out that there is a real magical society here? I asked with surprise. You can say that. Salem became the first settlement in the New World where magicians moved. But, you know what came out of it. During the witch hunt, many fled from here, but gradually, when it became calm here, those who wanted peace decided to return to their historical homeland. Now, neutral magicians live here, who want only a quiet life, away from the squabbles of dark and light magicians. Hope said. How curious. What did they think of Hex? I asked. They didn't like that uncle decided to make his lair here, but since he was quiet, they left him alone. Hope said with a shrug. Since we're on the subject, where are all the other magicians? I asked anyway. After Adwaita captured Legerdemain, he enslaved all its inhabitants. And since most magicians preferred to live there, because of the high concentration of mana, their fate is clear. Only those who managed to escape at the last moment, like my uncle and I, those who lived outside the dimension were the same neutral magician as the inhabitants of Salem, remained free. Hope furrowed her brows. But magicians must exist not only on Earth. I objected. Of course it is. The ability to use magic has nothing to do with race, with two exceptions. Magic originally originated in a separate empty world, which is now known as Legerdemain, although this is not the real name. Due to the influence of magic, two opposite races were born in the dimension. The Anodites, a race consisting only of women, they use pure mana, which they themselves produce. And the Darkstars, an all-male race that couldn't produce mana on their own, but they did have the ability to absorb mana from outside to acquire great powers. This process corrupts mana and transforms it into dark mana. At first, the two races lived in peace, but in the end it all ended in a terrible war. As you understand, over time, the Darkstars began to hunt the Anodites in order to take their mana. The thing is that because of the dark mana, the Darkstars became addicted to absorption, and the more they absorbed mana, the more they wanted. In the end, the Anodites won. Although many of them died in the process, they were able to destroy almost all of the Darkstars by flooding them with too much mana, causing them to literally explode. True, and this did not end without consequences. The general explosion of the Darkstars broke through the veil separating Legerdemain from our universe, and magic broke into the world, and with it the Anodites, and a few surviving Darkstars. Hope said, in one breath. Wow. I simply said, impressed by the story. Yes. I was shocked myself when I found out about it. Looking for information on your request, I found a lot of old books that my uncle managed to take from the Legerdemain library before he escaped. In fact, these are ordinary history books, so Uncle was not interested in them, but this does not mean that they are useless. At least it broadened my horizons a lot. Hope said with a smile. And do not say. As I understand it, all magicians are descendants of Anodites? I predicted. Right. As soon as the Anodites were in the outside world, they began to travel around the universe, getting to know its inhabitants. And as you understand, in parallel with this, they began to produce offspring. Some of the Anodite children had the spark that allowed them to gain the powers of their mothers and eventually be reborn into the real Anodite. And other children did not have the spark, but this does not mean that the heritage did not affect them in any way. Over time, the first generation of Anodite children without the spark independently learned to control mana and created what is now known as magic," replied the Charmcaster. "And the descendants of the creators of magic became known as magicians." Nodding my head, I said, "In general, we should have reached the hotel a long time ago, but we stopped in a small square to finish the conversation." "And right again." After some time, the descendants of the Anodites began to gather in groups on their own planets, where they continued to study magic, each in their own direction. This lasted until one magician, originally from Earth, decided to find a place where all magicians could gather together, regardless of race or origin. His search led him to the ruined dimension where the magic came from. With the help of a strange being named Paradox, he was able to restore the dimension. True, he had to bind on the entire power of the dimension to the Alpha Rune in order to return it to its original state. This man became the first king of Ledger Domain. "And he's your ancestor, isn't he?" I asked with a smile. "Yes." With a little pride in her voice, Hope said, and then added, "As a result, Ledger Domain became available to all magicians." Time passed, the Anodites continued to leave descendants, who also left descendants, and so on. As a result, there were more and more people capable of magic. I added a logical chain. Yes. When a magic adept became competent enough, he was able to open a passage to Ledger Domain, which was ruled by my family and inhabited by magicians from all over the universe. Although, as I said, only those who wanted it lived there. Of course, things were not so rosy, there were conflicts with the invaders, and wars with evil magicians, but everything was relatively good until, Hope said, sadly at the end. Until Adwatia stole the Alpha Rune and captured Ledger Domain and all its inhabitants. I said calmly, holding back my anger at that stupid turtle. This is true. Ledger Domain is now closed to everyone. And in the universe there were only a small part of the magicians who were lucky. And there is no one to train the new adepts. Hope said unhappily. Don't worry, we'll fix it. But who would have thought that my grandmother's race had such an origin? It turned out to be very interesting. I said, and then changed the subject. Yes, I was also surprised when I found a mention of the Anodite race. It turns out that you have the spark, although this is a little strange, because you are a man. Hope replied. Yes, I know. I have already been told that I am unique in this regard. I said with a smile, and then asked, what happened to the Darkstars? I don't know. Some of them survived, but they don't seem to be able to breed as easily as the Anodites. Dark mana has a very bad effect on living beings, so the birth of a half-Darkstar is very unlikely. I do know someone who might be a descendant of Darkstar. I said, remembering one Michael Morningstar. Truth? And who is it? Hope asked curiously. I'll tell you later. It's time for us, otherwise they've been waiting for us. I said, getting up from the bench where we had been sitting and talking for more than 10 minutes. Exactly. I completely forgot. Hope said as she caught up with me. After a couple of minutes, we reached the hotel and saw that Grandpa, Gwen and Ashley were already waiting for us at the entrance. Noticing that Hope was walking next to me, Gwen grimaced and looked at us very unhappily, but she did not say anything. Grandpa, let me introduce you, this is Hope Evans. Hope, this is my grandfather, Max Tennyson. I introduced them to each other as we got closer. Very nice to meet you, Mr. Tennyson. Hope said politely, a little embarrassed. I'm glad too. Don't be so shy, I don't bite. With a good-natured smile, said Max. Hey, Hope. Ashley greeted with a friendly wave. Hey. Hope replied with a happy smile. Seeing that Gwen was not going to show even banal politeness, I asked Max, then we go to the fair? Yes. We are on that side, said Grandfather, and led us forward. Why is she here? Gwen asked indignantly, trying not to let Grandpa hear anything. Be polite, Gwen. I said sternly. P.F., Gwen said, turning away pointedly. You don't want to learn magic anymore? I asked casually. Satisfied that I had her attention, I took out the 2 books Hope had given me long ago. Silently snatching the books from my hands, Gwen put on a friendlier expression and quietly said, "Thank you. If you're a good girl, you'll get more," Hope said with a cheeky smirk as she walked beside me. "You," Gwen screamed, angry at the provocation, but I interrupted her in time. "Gwen!" Okay, Gwen said unhappily. "Now that I've averted disaster, we can enjoy the fair." Chapter 114, 113. Artisan. patrasteriskien.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskien if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Several hours later. We spent the rest of the day exploring the fair. And it was really fun and interesting. The life of the Puritans of the 18th century was restored very thoroughly, and we seem to have plunged into the past. The fair provided the opportunity to dress up in the clothes of that time, taste delicious food created from the recipes of housewives who lived here 2 centuries ago, and also could try the entertainment with which the Puritans killed their time when there was no television and internet. Although, basically it was hard work, life was not sugar then. At least we've learned how to churn butter by hand. Most of all had fun, oddly enough, Hope. It seems that such a thing should be considered an insult to her, if remember what atrocities the people of Salem did to magicians in the past. But no, Hope did not care, and she had fun with all her heart, in the company of Ashley, with whom she got along very quickly. Even Gwen began to warm up to the Charmcaster a lot, especially when the latter answered Gwen's magic questions. Grandpa and I mostly stayed behind, letting the girls have fun and make real friends. This was especially necessary for Hope, given that she never had friends, and she did not have the opportunity to spend time like a normal girl. This day helped Hope get to know not only the girls, but also grandfather, which is also good. I think the time is approaching when Hope can be considered a member of our family, which, of course, is very good for me. All in all, the day went well. When it got dark and the fair closed, we decided it was time to head back. When Hope found out that we were staying in a hotel, she invited us all to spend the night in her castle. This proposal was accepted by the grandfather, so now, we were all in the RV and drove to Hex Castle. Mr. Tennyson, did Lex tell you that his grandmother was Anodite? Is she your wife? Hope inquired. Yes, her name is Verdona. With a smile, said Grandpa. Verdona? What a familiar name, the girl muttered, thinking for a moment, and then asked, and how did you meet? Many years ago, I served in the Air Force and led the F-104A fighter squadron. One day, I first met a UFO and shot it down on the orders of the authorities, while destroying my own fighter. As you can guess, it was Verdona's ship, though I didn't know that at the time. Later, I met a mysterious girl who was being chased by an unknown man. It turned out to be a synthroid, an alien robot who wanted to capture Verdona to use her special abilities as a battery for his race's homeland. Previously, he was able to block Verdona's abilities so she could only run away from him, especially after I shot down her ship. And you protected her? Asked Gwen, who also listened with interest to the story, since grandfather had not told this before. Yes. Although, to be honest, I was of little use. Max said with an uncertain smile. And what happened next? Ashley asked. Thanks to the help of the plumber who arrived on Earth, we were able to return the forces of Verdona and destroy the synthroid. In gratitude for her help, Verdona offered to take me into space with her, but I declined because I thought I should be somewhere else. Max answered. And Grandma left Earth without you? Gwen asked. Yes, although she promised that we would meet again, since our meeting was destined from above. So, in general, it happened, a few years later, when I had already graduated from the Academy of Plumbers. During one of my first missions, we met and never parted. At least for the next 25 years, until Verdona needed to leave our planet to solve the problem that arose with her race. Since then, I have been waiting for her to return. With a share of sadness, said grandfather. It's so romantic. Ashley reluctantly said. Wait, so you and her are destined by magic? Hope asked, considering Grandpa's words. What? Oh yes, I think Verdona called it that. If I understand correctly, magic didn't like that we broke up the first time, so she arranged for us to meet again and give us a reason not to break up. Max agreed, a little embarrassed at the end. Let me guess, the result of that meeting was my father's conception? I asked with a smirk that threatened to rip my face off. Finally, I had a chance to avenge all the awkwardness that I felt when we talked about relationships. Ah, we finally got there. Max said, completely ignoring me as he parked the RV outside the abandoned country club. And where is your castle? Ashley asked Hope, unable to see the disguised lock. What are you talking about, Ashley? Here he is. Still just as creepy as last time. Gwen said, pointing to the castle. I don't see anything either. Max said. Ah, I completely forgot that you don't have mana. Hope said, slapping her forehead. Here. This should help. I said as I put my hands on Ashley and Grandpa's shoulders and pumped some mana into their bodies. Wow, he really is here. Ashley said when she saw Hope's house. Let's go faster. Hope said as she jumped out of the RV. When the girls left, I quietly turned to Max. That is why you are waiting for the return of grandmother and do not even think about finding another woman? Because you have a magical connection that makes your love so much stronger? This is true. Grandpa replied with a smile. Well, keep waiting. I'm sure she will return. I said vaguely, remembering Max from the future and his reaction to the words about Verdona, at the same time leaving the bus and walking towards the castle. It seems that the love of those destined by magic is indeed unusually strong. I was a little worried that there was still some kind of catch here, and we were not just brought together with hope, but seeing the example of Grandpa and Grandma, can believe that this is just benevolent help. Lex. Hope interrupted my train of thought. Yes? I asked, noticing that everyone else had already gone ahead. I remembered where I met the name Verdona. That was the name of the mother of Bezel, the father of magic. Hope said softly. Truth? Turns out he's my uncle. I said calmly. You're not surprised at all, are you? Hope asked in shock. Surprised, of course, but something like this was to be expected, given the frivolity of the Anodites and their lifespan. I said. But it's Bezel. Creator of Bezel's charms. Hope screamed. So what? For me, it doesn't change anything. I said honestly. But? Forget. I don't care about my grandmother's turbulent youth. Considering what race she belongs to and how old she is, I'm surprised we haven't met any of her other descendants yet. I don't care that Bezel is my grandmother's son. But better, don't tell grandfather about it. I don't want him to worry about it. I calmly said and walked forward. As you say. Hope said quietly, and followed me. As soon as we climbed the hill and approached the gate, Hope said the password and let us inside. Since we were in Hope's company, the security system mistook all of us for guests and let us in without any problems. Although, according to Hope, I am considered one of the owners of the castle, along with Hope herself. When we got to the second floor of the castle, we found ourselves in a long corridor with 8 wooden doors, which I had never been in before. Pointing to the doors, Hope said, Here, these are the guest rooms. You can choose any. Settle in and make yourself at home. Thank you, Hope, that's very kind of you. Grandfather answered, going into the nearest room. What are you? It's not difficult for me at all. Hope said politely, although she enjoyed being so thankful. My room is the most extreme. Ashley said cheerfully and galloped to the very end of the corridor. And what will you do? Gwen looked at us a little suspiciously and asked Hope. I wanted to make a translation potion. Would you like to have a look? Hope asked, clearly using this as an excuse to win Gwen over to her. Still would. Gwen said quickly, forgetting everything in the world. Do you want to come with us? Hope asked. Go forward. I have a small business, I said with a smile. As you say. Come on, we need to go to the 3rd floor, Hope said and led Gwen upstairs. Now that I've been left alone, I can finally read the message that Shadow sent me a couple of hours ago. In short, everything is fine with Lee. He has already reached the Dominican Republic and hid in one of the resort hotels, where he now sunbathes on the beach, drinking cocktails and spotting young girls. But this, I shouldn't have known, phoo. So, and now to the most interesting. After questioning his informants, Lee was unable to find out Artisan's identity, but was able to learn about one case in which Artisan was personally involved. And, oddly enough, I met the consequences of his mistake. It was through the fault of Artisan that mycelium from the planet Flores Verdens got into Campo Pinnacan, which almost spread its spores to the entire planet. Yes, as it turned out, Artisan staged that mushroom invasion, which could have ended very sadly if I had not destroyed the mycelium. Initially, Artisan chose the forest near the camp as a testing ground for his teleportation device. The device itself was an experimental prototype, and in theory should have been able to move large amounts of resources over long distances. But this is only in theory. As a result, the teleport just exploded in hell, and the explosion itself, in some unknown way, transferred the alien fungus to our planet, and the latter felt very comfortable here and decided to stay, at the same time spreading its disputes. I thought this Artisan was a genius, but this is just the height of idiocy. He almost staged a real alien invasion. Okay, it doesn't matter now. The important thing is that I finally have a lead that will help me find Artisan himself. Unfortunately, the search for courier services did not bring anything significant. Too well, this inventor lay low. It even pissed me off that I couldn't find it. The search spell didn't work since I don't know his name or appearance, so I had to search the old-fashioned way, and unexpectedly, Lee was still able to help, although I didn't really count on him. Not for nothing, I still decided to do business with him. Finally, having understood where to start the search, I decided to immediately set off. Grandpa, I am going away for a couple of hours, I said, looking into the room of Grandfather, who had already managed to get ready for bed. Okay. Just don't linger, Max said sleepily, lying on the bed and trying not to pass out. Thanks, I said and immediately teleported to the Opinican. It turned out that I can safely use the infinity tattoo in the castle, but Telemat's teleportation really works with failures. The last time I experimented, I was 100 kilometers wrong and ended up in a completely different place. Once again in a familiar summer camp, which I thought I would never visit again, I noticed that the police had time to visit here and cordoned off the entire area. Looks like Gilbert and the twins told about the mushrooms and brought the police here. Although I don't think they believed the 3 children, at least they looked around the camp. Turning into fast track, I went to the place where the mycelium used to live. Considering what happened here last time, it is not surprising that I didn't notice that there was something here besides a huge mycelium, who wanted to take over the whole world, which I burned with pleasure. After my efforts, only a scorched clearing remained here, so to make it easier to find the remains of Artisan's teleportation device, I immediately used the spell from Bezel's book, which should find metal objects within a radius of 200 meters. Such a magical metal detector. It is unlikely that the teleport will consist of something other than metal, so this is the most suitable spell. After casting the spell, a wave of energy came out of my hand, just the same with a radius of 200 meters, which revealed all objects consisting of metal buried underground. Ignoring small objects, as well as those that had obviously been underground for a long time, I went to a large piece of metal that looked like a fragment of an arch bingo. With the help of telekinesis, I dug out a hole and a view of the piece of the teleporter damaged by the explosion opened up for me. After breaking off a piece of metal, I used another search spell that could find a person by their aura left in a thing they had been in contact with for a long time. Given that artisan himself created this device and tested its operation himself, I think I can find it, even despite the time that has passed since the explosion. Unfortunately, Sublimino has already managed to saturate the hypnoclock with his aura, so that's why I now need artisan's other invention. Under the influence of the spell, a piece of metal soared into the air and quickly flew away to its owner. I followed, of course, while keeping an eye on the map to see where it would take me. As a result, after half an hour, I ended up in Wisconsin, a small town excellent. The search led me to a small one-story house that did not stand out from the rest. After reversing the spell, I checked the house with X-ray vision and found that the basement of the house was unusually large and too well protected, using too advanced technology for Earth. Looks like this is Artisan's lair. Not noticing anyone inside, I turned into a ghost freak and descended underground, penetrating inside from the side of the floor so as not to hook on any alarm. You never know what this genius could have done. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a way to detect even ectoneurite here. Once inside the lair, I immediately went to the computer to hack it and learn all the secrets of the artisan. However, before I could start breaking in, I was interrupted by a sound coming from somewhere deep in the room. Turning in that direction, not forgetting to activate invisibility, I saw that it was the sound of some kind of transfer device, very similar to the Star Trek transporter. It seems that Artisan still managed to create a teleporter, but only able to carry people. When the teleportation ended, a man moved into the lair, who, apparently, was Artisan and whom I instantly recognized. That's incredible. To be continued.